You do something about this. Bam! 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 Shit.
Select heroes to ban.
All right. Get Mexico.
I'll find my own path. Knowledge is its own reward. Strike without mercy,
Bam.
and victory will be ours. Yes.
When do you get the animated ones? And she's dead. Alright, where we heading next? Get off the motorcycle!
Soothing your wounds. Taste of poison. 私がついてる。Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. My gift to you.
Oh, no, God. You missed me, bitch. Alright, what are we gonna do about this?
Under my protection. The enemy. Destroy them. Let me balance you out. Let the kids.
Shit. It did the.
공유 승려!
Time to get clever. Capturing the point. Overtime.
Don't die before you get your ult.
See what I've become. Огонь по готовности.
Fuck. Shit.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Destroy that turret.
You look fantastic. Much better. Rounding forth.
Damn it! Fucking snipe me.
Team, hold the point.
It's not
There's the
embarrassing
enemy
if you're
turret.
shameless.
Take it out.
Rather lonely here.
A taste of poison. It's go time. Enemy turret within my sight. Outnumbered, eh? This ends now.
Shit.
A familiar sting of failure.
Attack the objective now.
Flashpoint.
Damn it.
The enemy advances on our. Fend them off.
Back again for another try. Something for the stick.
Огонь по готовности.
Life protects life.
Oh shit. Oh god, no.
I'll decide my own thing.
Shit.
Play of the game.
Hey, at least I'm on the board.
MVP. It's only fitting.
Did See if it goes away. I'm pretty sure it's been more than less than a minute.
Vote for a map. Select your hero. Choose heroes to ban. Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Jew. Man, he's got. Go.
Amid discord, we will find tranquility.
Master, how do you maintain your tranquility amid endless battles?
I focus on my breathing.
What? You don't breathe.
Indeed.
You should be hungry for this. For a win,
Let me
for a
relieve
kill,
your
for
burdens.
anything you want.
Follow my lead, dears. The punishment for defiance is quite severe. Feeling
Damn it! Okay, we're already in trouble.
I'll decide my own fate. We need to stop the payload. Can't live without me.
Shame there, meeting. Activating defense red.
Don't get too far off point. Damn it. Oh, I didn't mean to jump forward. Fuck. Goddamn new heroes.
Nothing I'm not. Don't love them moving the payload.
Yeah, we did a decent hold, but you know, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Got him. Get over here. Shit.
Does anyone feel like stopping the payload?
If I stop the payload, I gotta stop the payload. Yeah, we did stop the payload. Damn it. Gotcha, bitch. Fuck. There he goes. Oh, he didn't get the res on me.
Spirits are breathing down my neck again. I want to see the hood.
Fuck. Yeah, we managed to get the one tank. Shit.
We need to stop the payload.
Oh, okay. We need to get rid of Doomfist. He's causing a lot of problems. The fist.
Launching a barrier.
Change my mind.
Yes!
Nice.
Fuck you, bitch. Okay.
Crystalline perfection.
I have ult. One here down.
Barrier manifested.
Ooh. I don't know if Ramacho's ever played for them, but I'll take it over Doomfist.
Unacceptable. Pristine construction. Holding the barrier. Serve my design. Reality bends to my will. Behind you.
Shit.
Yo, behind me, behind me.
Go, 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 go. I'm moving as fast as I can. Fuck.
Don't die, don't die.
We can pull back and regroup. We get plenty of time.
Shit.
We're gonna put that fire up.
One here down.
Fuck.
Healer down.
Come on. Get some ults in here.
Behind me. Any help? Any help? I have ult.
Damn it.
What are you playing so far? Either.
Score 0-3.
Dominate.
Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Medic.
Don't fail me. I'll be right behind you.
Oh, should we ambush them? It'll be fun.
If I see your bike on my turf, I'm slashing your tires.
And if I see you, I'll slash much more than that.
Oh my. Look sharp. I will not keep improper company. So,
Austria, Gal. How's it going? I expect much from you.
Do the jest 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Shake it like a healing stream connected.
Prestige construction.
Lending you power.
Appreciate it. A volatile creation. Got them out of there.
Make way. Enemy spotted.
Crafting the barrier. I'm dazzling.
Salutation.
Why, thank you.
I will humiliate them. Keep your distance.
Finest shield. Payload heading out.
Vengeance never dies.
This is brilliant. This might hurt more than usual.
I'll make sure that doesn't stop.
This should be beneficial.
Oh, holy sh! All of them here. Oh my god. You're crazy.
I got your back, buddy. Shit. Fine, we got ults coming in.
Yo, Donya, can you switch Malga, bro? It's a counter from us. I have a
Let me tend to that. Eyes on the bad guys.
My ultimate is ready. Join me.
switching.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're just burning through their shit. We got this.
That won't be enough to stop me.
I'm switching.
60 seconds remaining.
Supplying damage.
If we can get a good bob placement, I think we got this.
My ultimate is. Does anyone care about moving the payload? Still boosting you. Thanks for the setup.
Oh, here's that.
30 seconds.
There we go, boys. Fuck yeah.
I'll make sure that doesn't stop.
Let's go, boys.
It's switching.
This will just take a moment. I'm at the height of my performance. Vengeance never dies. Still watching over you. Supplying damaging.
Yo.
Fuck.
What the?
That did not feel that fast. Fuck! God damn that new bitch. Fuck. Jesus, all this crap. Peak male performance. I guess he's. And damn. Got some DPS action. Some DP action. Lobby ban. Hmm.
Always climb, never fall. Spent weeks hole up here for a sting op once. Rough job, but nothing beats that sunset. Hands ahead. I won't let you down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Over there.
Damn it.
Now you see me? Now you don't.
There we go.
60 seconds remaining.
Just pick yourself up.
Come on, we got some good old stuff. Oh, get some kills. Get some kills. Or not. Shit. God damn it, Onion. You piece of shit. What a fucking bitch.
They've got
Okay, he's back.
Give me another go at him.
Mercy on call.
Yeah, that'll hold. Let's shake things up. Need healing if you got it.
Damn it.
Think I need a new strat. Looking good. I won't let you down. Enemy here. Looks hurt.
There we go. Fuck. Okay, we're bringing out the little guy. It's time to rock.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Go big or go gnome. Fuck. Shit. It was an uphill battle.
I'll put it all on the line.
Whatever awaits us, I am prepared.
No unnecessary risks.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
This won't take long.
I should bring out Soldier. Retirement is difficult. Alright, make a good push, baby. Push! I'll stack its potential here. Fuck. I've seen my ultimate. Meow. Fuck. Thanks. We got this. Cat, can you take me up to the roof? Or not. Take me up to the roof. I've got my ult. Cat, take me up to the roof. Ken! Thank you.
I've got you in overdrive.
Nice, nice.
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
Guys, pull back and try to get some ults.
Can't short circuit me forever.
Meow.
Recharge up here. Powered up.
Watch out behind us if he tries to deadeye. I got ult. Fuck. Meow. Fuck. Damn.
Done and done.
A magic crystal. Oh. I don't understand. Open the box. Hmm. The snake is hiding. Under the leaves. Speaking of hiding, where's KK? KK, are you in the closet? Are you in your kennel? KK? Kaylee, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hi. Laying on her belly like a damn fat slob. Yeah, you are fat. Alright, good maps. Oh, new map. Yeah, let's do it. New map! New map, new map! Are you fucking serious? Pranked ya! We just got pranked. Go along with the damn crowd. Sometimes it pays to be a follower. USA!
We're charged soldiers now. Follow my lead. I've been through more of these than I can count.
Good, Kitty. Your worth is a hypothesis. Prove it.
Looking forward to crashing your next funeral, Captain. Keep running your mouth like that, and I'm sure to outlive you.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming.
Payloads on the move.
I was gonna say, where's our tank? Got a lot of skinnies. Uh-oh.
Always gets it working again. Well. Are you on the cinnamon? The payload's moving.
Surrender to my will. Rest up. Solar boost administered.
You're all set up. Maximum power. Enemy spotted.
Bitch!
My turret's getting hit.
Your end is within my reach.
I'm overloaded.
That was a bad throw. Oh shit, I thought those were enemies. They're sending in the Air Force. Not the artillery.
Show them what you can do. Now it's going to get interesting.
Major perk unlocked.
My turret's getting hit. Forged in battle. The payload's moving. I've high hopes for you.
Oh, well, you got one, but unless he's got high recharge rate.
Get off your butt and scoop the payload. Back to work.
If I can get my ult in time. I'm fucked. No! I'm too short to die! Damn it! Oh, big play! Come on, we gotta get someone, buddy! We gotta earn that dollar! Go, 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 go! shit! Damn it!
Back at it! Go stall that payload!
Shit. Whoa! Hammer down, hammer down, hammer down, hammer down, hammer down. Hammer down! That's not ours! We got two of them! We got the DPS! Go, 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 go! Alright. It's gonna be a hell of a push, but I think we can do this.
Always climb, never fall.
Don't fail me, or else.
Time to test my metal.
The world evolves, and so must we with it.
Let's go, let's go. Good.
Tango over here.
Damn it!
Stop fucking dying, regroup!
Phew, they're good. Guess I gotta be better.
There's 60 seconds.
Ult's almost good to go. Yeah, that'll hold.
Fuck you, bitch! Good stack, good stack. Ah, if I land those hits, man, it's always awesome.
I see a hostile. I offer something more. My will.
Jesus.
It's not about how fast you reach the top. It's about the route you take. Over there. Setting a hold. That's more like it.
What can I say?
Reaper, go. Reaper, go ahead. Fuck! Damn! An amazing losing streak. That's not me. Damn it. I can't remember if I started up the game. Like in the file, it says location, the internet.
Art makes you think. And what I'm thinking
That's
is
right.
maybe the rodeo
The Carnivore Park.
Let's go eat some steaks.
How'd you get that belt buckle? I want a belt buckle.
Where I won the bull riding into.
You know someone who says they love dogs but has shown that they do not love dogs? Hassan was, we all know the Kaya story, the dog shocking stuff. And
so
he said for the longest time,
it
does not.
I think this is the Dilophosaurus.
The truth,
yep.
Which is why he so eloquently is able to respond to people when they make jokes about him, like this.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me, shock his dog.
Kai Kaujara.
With my penis, she was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it."
Sick burn, bro.
That's the goal. Quetzalcoatlus.
Making some sort of stupid point, and then he gets distracted by a Kaya snark comment and just totally derails his entire point.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me. Didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it." Okay. I've never come so hard in my life.
The soullessness in his eyes.
Well, no, they don't get along with Dimetrodon.
There's no humor there. There's only.
That's what that was. Is that Dimetrodon or Dimorphodon?
Dr. Pepper having to be ingested by that man. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's breaking up with your dad now.
I don't see why you wouldn't get along with him.
Father now.
Oh, the burn just keeps on rolling.
He is on fire.
I'll fuck your dad too.
Sure is.
Dimorphodon.
I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. It was more than the dogs.
He sounds like so defeated, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he knows it's coming. He knows it's
Labs, I'm gonna send you a thing. Don't worry, it's not as bad as the other things I've sent you. Trust me.
It's always good. It's always a good.
That's why I don't have.
I'm always afraid when Arch
I don't have
randomly
much.
messages me.
Well, this has been, obviously people are making.
It's relevant. It's very relevant.
They give you.
I'm gonna share this right now. This is safe
They give
to
you
play.
T-Rex
Okay,
and
here we go. This is
Giganotosaurus pretty early, don't they?
Okay, here we go.
Coco, you're changing.
Thanks, Arch.
You're very welcome.
I love you, Arch. You're the best.
Phoenix is having a moment there.
See if that goat.
All right.
See what happens.
Now he's obviously been responding. I think some people really nail.
They got one.
Hassan Piker here. Oh, Phoenix is dead.
I'm sorry.
Hey, happy birthday, Phoenix.
Happy birthday, brother.
Yeah. So the response here has been exactly what you'd expect. Donut Operator came in and says he's the kid in high school that thought he was too funny and smart and thought that's why nobody hung out with him. Tech Donut says, I'm glad he doesn't get affected.
Now we
by
start needed
dog
thinking
chuckers
up
anymore,"
names.
as he just totally derails. This is a good point. I've never seen a more miserable millionaire. So, tell me it doesn't bother you without telling me that it really, really bothers you over
He
here.
sure showed him.
Yep, he
I
got
like
him.
that tweet at the bottom. Yeah, got him.
Surely did.
That's right. Yes, so there we are. I mean, hey, they say, I remember very early on in the internet, we would hire people back 15, 20 years ago at Screw Attack.
That guy's like, please
one
let
of
me
our
out of
rules
here.
was you're not allowed
They
to
open
look
it.
at
No.
comments for 2 weeks because everybody was,
Uh-oh.
you go in and people are like, who's this guy?
I
Who's
thought they're
this
going for the
alien?
goat.
Whatever. Who's this new person? I don't know who this person is. And it was more like just shielding them from the incoming hate of people having no idea who they were, the ignorance of them, right? And I think actually I mentioned that to you very early on as well, Blabs. Something very similar to that when we started the show, mentioning, hey, you probably don't want to look at comments for a little bit. Thank you, Blabs.
Well, you did. I don't know what's... No, you didn't.
I don't have enough.
I wasn't sure if you were agreeing with me or if you're squeezing out an AI poop or not right there. But
You're small.
Hassan Piker is a guy who probably shouldn't live stream.
Should have
because he is
colors are a bit more
looking
different,
at
so a guy like
comments
me
that are
can
coming in
tell.
real time and reacting and just totally going off the deep end, off the rails, off of a stupid little snarky comment like that. He's probably not fit for to be a live streamer. You know what he'd be really good at? Bro talk.
That's why I gotta make food.
I know what comes next.
Didn't he do bro talk?
Yes, that's how he got his start. He was all about masculinity and bro talk. Yes.
No, if you do live streaming, you should have calluses basically. You should be impenetrable to anything. The amount of shit you get constantly over and over again. Nothing should offend you at this point. I mean, he's been doing this forever, right?
Long time.
Yeah,
long time. And to see him just kind of go, literally just kind of go off like that, I don't know. It's it tells you everything you need to know about the guy.
He lives in his own little world. Those previous to this, he was cancelled from a venue.
Food.
And he managed to
Drink.
squeeze out of his mouth. This never happened to right-lor wingers. Charlie Kirk was never cancelled. That's...
Or
That's
Yiannopoulos, too. I think he was even behind that cancellation, if I recall, too.
It's funny you mentioned that, Blabs. This is actually a real video that Hassan Piker did right here. That is really Hassan Piker.
That has to be edited.
No, that is real. Take a listen to who he's praising and what he says.
Shout out to Elon Musk, the ultimate swag champion of all time, for unveiling his latest invention, the Hyperloop, earlier this afternoon. According to Musk, the Hyperloop will also be faster than a bullet train and at a fraction of the cost. Now, the serious question I have for Elon Musk is this. How do you have the time to come up with this shit when women are probably tossing their salads your way faster than you can say Hyperloop in every single corner? You're a
Good question.
It is a good question.
He's so authentic and real.
No, it looks like he's just reading a prompt. It's such a striking difference, right?
Salad.
We just saw of him being so
Not in my
out of
part.
it, defeated, taking 10 seconds to speak every few words, and then you just see him doing this. It's like, wow. And yet both come off as so fake. So he's always just been a fake.
My question is, if let's just say he started and let's say Hassan Piker is really bro guy here. Right, that's his real personality, and what he's doing now is all LARP and cosplay, right? Or let's just say something actually, something happened. My question is, what happened to him that made him
Where
just
is the
totally shift
burgers?
from loving all this and being bro guy to champagne socialist? Was it
T-Mex.
was better for the champagne socialist thing, or was there a world event that happened?
The trajectory seems pretty clear to me.
Tyrannosaurus
you go
Mexico.
the misogyny kind of route.
Oh, shit.
Then you need to potentially apologize for that because the numbers aren't doing good. So you say, I got to do better. And then you transition into
shit.
left-wing gay politics. And then you move into natural progression of socialism. That to me is a clear trajectory. Arch,
see what
any
else he
thoughts on
says.
that?
Yeah. Archer, what do you think about that?
Well, no, he's a spoiled kid from Turkey, and then he gets sent to university in America, gets steeped in American culture. That's why he
I feel like
becomes
that
the
should
most
be
comically bro thing that you can imagine.
Right here.
But then he enters the family business, which is politics. And what he's doing now is just a revolt against his parents, basically.
It really comes down to daddy issues right here.
Yes, largely daddy issues. I mean, the man is a complete moron.
But
It honestly looks like this
Not the way
idiot
to
video.
put it.
He's been edited, right? His head looks so small and like disproportionate from the rest of his body on this camera angle.
That's how he looks. That's why he shoots
Everybody want a nice
himself
bottle of chill?
downwards normally to try and hide that.
That's hilarious. I got a big head and small arms, where he's like the opposite.
Let's see exactly where this ends up.
Designated genius, you're a good-looking dude, and you happen to be a fucking billionaire. Aside from being able to get people from San Francisco to LA in under 30 minutes, at today's press conference, you managed to give every single member of Al-Qaeda the massivest hard-on ever. Anyway, Elon, I admire your conquest in becoming the real-life Tony Stark without the creepy facial hair, and for that, you are our bro of the week. Shout out.
Did you catch that he called Al-Qaeda terrorists and pedophiles? And these are people that he sympathizes with now? Remember, didn't he say America deserves 9/11?
Just put a bus right there.
He's changed his take there a little bit.
I've been saying forever. Yeah, the turntable. I've been saying forever. I think this guy's a big grifter. I know that's nothing new, but I genuinely don't believe he actually believes in anything that he's saying. I think he's the biggest capitalist that has ever existed, and he's just playing the system.
Oh, I no. For once, I think he's dumb enough to believe this shit. I genuinely think he's low enough IQ to believe this shit, and to believe that it will not affect him in any way. I don't know. There's something about him that I believe.
So you believe that when he's wearing a $3,000 shirt or whatever the hell it is, and he's talking about social, and you actually think that he genuinely believes in what he's saying?
Oh yeah, I think he's stupid enough to not see the disconnect there.
Soda!
This is why he buys $1 million house and goes like, well, I have to live somewhere. This is why he can.
We are losing money.
Charlie Kirk was never cancelled. Like, he is actually that stupid. Sometimes the simplest explanation.
I think we've all seen through his actions.
Shit.
That you're right, Arch. You are correct. Hit that subscribe button right here and watch another video right here.
Oh shit, there's a new trailer for Spider-Man. Why is it on the PlayStation? Well, I guess it's owned by Sony.
What is happening to me? Did you miss me, Spidey? I'm losing my mind. I am totally out of control. I gotta fix whatever this is right now.
Final semester MIT.
Stoney.
Dad, who do you think is actually watching these?
Maybe someone.
Okay, well, bye, someone.
What the? Dr. Banner, you found a way to suppress mutating DNA, right?
So he actually is getting organic web shooter. If they don't bring up that from No Way Home,
So could you get rid of the bad aspects but keep the good?
How would you decide what parts of nature are good or bad?
Well, sorry about that.
the damn wedding
You're not one
cake.
of my students, are you?
It appears we're faced with a threat we can't control. One we can't even see.
That's Jean Grey.
You're the only one who's immune to
Yeah, that's definitely Jean Grey.
You're the only one who can sense it.
What do you think they're looking for?
Oh, see, you stumbled across my board. I'm not one of those weirdos, I swear.
He's a little weird. I'm MJ.
You two don't know each other?
Yo, Spider-Man, you okay? Did you get rid of that monster inside you?
Think I might go see how MJ's doing.
You're not gonna get away with this.
But he might.
I didn't know you could get that big.
Hey!
But you're in danger. You just have to trust me.
Fine. This whole thing can get really scary.
Who the hell is that?
Who the hell are you?
Frank, please. I don't have anywhere else to go.
By the people who love you, just gonna let him go by himself? Love you because you're you.
If you're gonna do something, you better do it now.
Never forget that. No matter how powerful you become.
All right.
I miss you, mate.
Spider-Man.
Huh. All right, just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm not in high school anymore. Oh. Did you stretch? You a big stretcher? It's so good for you. You ready?
Yeah. Top comment. We all dropped what we were doing when we saw this. Like, well, I did. Fingers crossed it's good. I said trailer for a couple things. The Hellraiser game. Looks like a new Old Republic update.
So this 4chan post has been going around since 2019, and it is pretty bloody insightful and speaks to the problem with the personal or sort of self-mythology of the West. And this is something I'm sure you've become aware that I've become very interested in, because I think actually there's a lot in the mythos that we tell ourselves, the stories that we tell ourselves, indicate the direction of travel of the civilization, what we held to be good, what we held to be bad, and that determines the actions that we take in real life when it comes to whatever it is we're dealing with. And
You mean we're losing money?
Therefore informs the consequences that we generate.
Get
So I
yourself
thought
some
we'd go
fucking
through
drinks.
this, because I think this is genuinely important, and it's part of the reason that our civilizations are dying. It says, foundation myth. How do you recognize a foundation myth? It fulfills three functions. 1, it explains the origin and structure of the world and society. 2, it defines ultimate good and evil, and from those definitions are derived the values that are used to justify upholding of power.
Whoop.
3, it determines what is held sacred
Okay, get zipper
in
sound.
society. For modern Westerners, the story of World War II has become their foundation myth. It fulfills all three functions. 1, we live in the post-war world. Lines on the map, the institutions, the sense of what era we live in, all arise from the starting point of World War II, which is the modern world, as we always say.
I should connect
the modern
them.
World. 2, the ultimate evil is Nazis. The ultimate good is opposing Nazis. Values derived from these definitions are anti-racism, equality,
There we go.
anti-nationalism, and so on. So full spectrum liberalism.
No one wants to take a shortcut through the
3, only thing
Activity
that's held
Innovation
sacred and
Center.
can't be denied or mocked in the contemporary West is the Holocaust, because this, of course, represents the ultimate malfeasance of the Nazis. It is the turning of the state away from protecting rights to violating the rights of the citizens that liberalism holds to be the greatest evil. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to deny that the Holocaust is a great evil or anything like that. Obviously, it was atrocious. But this sacred thing, as he says here, is negative. The problem is that all three functions are backwards or negative. Instead of the origin event being one of fertility and new life, it was a conflagration of death and destruction. Instead of the ultimate good taking the central position in the story that is occupied by the ultimate evil.
You shouldn't be in
knows
here. You
that
should be
Adolf Hitler's
working.
personification of evil holds the center point of the World War II story. That's absolutely true. Instead of that which is being held sacred being something mysterious and sublime, the Holocaust is an obscenity. Having a negative foundation myth means the tree of life for Westerners is poisoned. And that means, of course, we are slowly dying from it. Now, I think there's some real insight in this. So let's go back and talk about the foundation myth quickly. So it explains the origin and structure of the world, right? That is what the post-World War II era is. In Britain, for us, that is the Empire Windrush. Notice how the entire modern narrative of Britain is focused around when the diversity arrives in Britain. In 1948, the Empire Windrush turned up with 500 Caribbeans, and history properly begins from that point. Everything, therefore, is framed in the juxtaposition against the ultimate evil, which is Nazis. Now, what do Nazis represent? Well, they represent the ideal of a homogenized culture that is particular to itself. A European culture.
Don't worry, dude. You're going to go on your break
that is
soon.
particular to itself. And so opposing that means anti-racism, equality, diversity, anti-nationalism, as in the full spectrum liberalism, to separate ourselves from our historic continuity. Now, you will never find anywhere on the internet of me supporting Nazis, thinking Nazis are a good thing. I'm the most racist person against Germans you'll ever meet. No, I'm joking about that, obviously. No, but I'm, of course, like any other normal Brit, against Nazis. But the fact that the Nazis hinged their tyrannical regime, their genocidal regime, on the fulcrum of national particularism, as in the nation taking care of itself, is the reason that we are not allowed to have a nation that takes care of ourselves. Because as far as the left are concerned, as far as the liberal is concerned, that is the origin point of genocide. And if you have a country that takes care of itself, for Europeans, you will end up goose-stepping and marching people into death camps. Now, of course, I've got no interest in goose-stepping or marching people into death camps, but I would like a country that operates in its own national interest. That would actually be wonderful, a country that actually operates for the interests of the people. But because the Nazis are the ultimate evil, and opposing the ultimate evil is the ultimate good, the best thing we can do is drive towards anti-racism, equality, diversity, anti-nationalism, and so on. So there's nothing else that we can do. And of course, the only thing that is held sacred, the thing that we are just not allowed to deny or mock, as I say, is the Holocaust. Now, like I said, I'm not saying you should deny or mock the Holocaust. I don't. But the fact that it holds the position of the sacred in our society, exactly as I say, is totally backwards. So, of course, the origin event being one of fertility and new life, that is the opposite of other origin mythologies. Think about the Aztec mythology of them arriving in the Mexican Valley and it being a blooming, fertile place that they made life bloom on an island in the lake because no one else would give them any land. So they made it bloom. That's a positive story. I mean, and the Aztecs were fucking awful, but even their origin story
probably
is one
should
of
get the
fertility and new life.
larger gates.
The Hengist and Horsa are arriving in Britain to found England. These are building stories. These are stories in which something flourishes. But of course, World War II, as he points out, like there's just never been a bigger war with a bigger death toll. And I'm not surprised that it had this absolutely shattering effect on the sort of psyche of the people at the time and the boomers who grew up in the shadow of it. Because remember, no boomer ever fought in the war. They're all the product of the post-war generation. They are the post-war generation. And so for them, they've got these 2 points. It's like, right, okay, this is a new era of history. The Nazis were the bad guys and the ultimate evil. And the sacred sort of lodestone, the North Star of the culture, is actually a horrific event like the Holocaust. And so, as he points out, so instead of having and again, it's the same with the origin story of like the United States Republic. Like here's a new land that we colonized and conquered and made a flourishing civilization in. Like that is again a positive thing from at least our perspective. But instead, from our perspective, all of this is negative, and this is actually terrible. Like the ultimate good taking the central position in the story that is occupied by the ultimate evil. Like that's a great point. We don't have a singular hero from World War II. The closest we get is Winston Churchill. But even then, Winston Churchill was essentially a lament for the end of the British Empire. And he knew it in his day, and it's very clearly what's happened. And so Churchill's frame is not one of heroic conquest. What it is heroic resistance. We were not so totally destroyed in this one event. We were mortally wounded, and so the civilization is managed decline ever since. But we had the fortitude to resist this ultimate evil. And okay, yeah, fair, we did.
Yeah, when they're going to be
that's
born.
Not the heroic overcoming to
Few
spring
minutes.
forth new life.
Little baby
And then, of course,
dilopidolverses.
the thing being held sacred is not mysterious or sublime.
Dilps.
It's an obscenity. And so any monument you put up to the sacred focal point of a civilization is not beautiful. It's not appealing. You don't want it there. Like they're currently threatening to set up a Holocaust memorial in London. Why the hell would you do that? We're not the Germans. We didn't commit the Holocaust. We opposed the Holocaust. We fought the Germans. And yet still they want one of these hideous... Because the Holocaust memorials, and honestly, I don't even think this is necessarily wrong, but like the Holocaust memorials are deliberately designed to look hideous, to give you a disjarring sense of being around them. I've been to the
I'm going to wing it on how big this should be.
And it's industrial and uneven and unpredictable. And this is the feeling that they want to put across. This is what happened to us. Well, sure, I agree. That's awful. I don't want that to happen to anyone. But I also don't want these horrific monuments to this horrific event in my country where they're not appropriate and where they won't help anything. But anyway, so
maybe I should
we
have
don't
put it
have
more
anything
towards.
mysterious and beautiful.
No, I can probably fit a different,
We can't
different
build
thing in
beautiful
there.
monuments to these things. You know, the resurrection of Jesus or whatever it is.
All right, guys, you're gonna have to
We've
bear
got
with me now.
Something awful done by foreigners, by the way, done by a group of people who weren't us, whose sins we take upon ourselves because we have the conceit to want a country of our own.
Don't worry.
And well, they wanted a country of their own, and they did it in a really terrible way. It's like, right, okay, I don't really want to have a country of our own in the way that they did. But sorry, that means you're basically a Nazi if you get to it. And so having a negative foundation myth, meaning the tree of life for Westerners is poisoned, that's so true. Ultimately, we can never take our own side. Ultimately, we can never think of ourselves as blooming, blossoming, growing, bringing life and vitality into the world. We can't think of ourselves that way. And I do think that the myths that we have...
I usually guess they're in their panel.
Form our decisions. I do genuinely think the left are right on that. There is something in this, and it informs the decisions we make. And they are happy to go to anti-racism, equality, diversity, and anti-nationalism and all that. But I'm not. I don't want the destruction of my culture. I don't want the destruction of my country. I want something positive for my children to grow up in. I don't want them to grow up feeling as if they are the bad guys of history, because they're not. I happen to think we're the good guys of history. But then that's because we're us and not them. Other people can have their own stories about how they're the good guys of history and we're their bad guys. That's fine, but we don't have to take those stories on. We're not obligated to do so. And until we change the negative foundation myth to a positive foundation myth, then I do think the tree of life for Westerners, I like that framing, can never recover. And I think that means the death of our civilizations is kind of baked into the post-war paradigm until we change it.
You getting that goat? Wait. It's the babies! Go, my children! Go! Oh, God, I'm tired of making babies. Get that goat! Go! Like, what the hell's happening? That's adorable. Oh, shit. We're making some motherfucking money.
They have done for years. All the
Where are these agendas stemming from?
at its core, it comes from. It
And
comes
all
from
these fuckers take
people
their sleep.
who, ultimately want to be. They want to be God. They want to be the ultimate master. They want to be the ultimate creator. They want to be the controller of all that they, survey.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at, for example, people who have faith in God, well, if you have faith in God, that means you are not going to be open to having faith in them or their power or the government. And so therefore they view this as a competition, that they have to compete for our faith and our allegiance and our loyalty. And that if we believe in an authority and higher power that is more powerful than the government, then that takes away what they view as their oxygen.
Wow. How many of these people are there?
I can't give you a number, but when you look at people who are telling us that what we know to be objectively true in the biological difference between a man and a woman and a boy and a girl, and they tell us you're wrong, just believe what we are telling you, that a biological male can become pregnant. Whether they realize, there are definitely politicians out there who are just parroting the talking points because they're lazy and they're just trying to go along to get along, and they're just trying to keep
Andrew
their job,
Teens.
and they care more about keeping the job than actually speaking the truth. And it's what we talked about. You don't want to be ostracized in Washington. You don't want to be cast out. They see what happens to people like me and what the Democratic Party did to me, even as I was in Congress and I was running for president on the Democratic ticket. They have done for years all that they could to destroy me. And I had, even when I was in Congress there towards the end, I was going to work with a Democrat colleague on a piece of legislation or an issue that we had agreed on for years and we had worked together on previously. And that member's staff
team over there?
told my staff, no, we're not going to work with you guys on this because we don't want
Yeah.
our boss to be infected with your boss's toxicity.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. It's a true story. And so they look at people like me, even people who may agree on some of these things that we're talking about, that just, again, it's common sense. It's common sense. They are terrified. So we said not a single Democrat in the House or Senate has stood up for the well-being of kids in this issue of gender-affirming care. Not a single one, again, that I've seen and I've looked, not a single one has stood up against President Biden's mandate that has destroyed Title IX, which creates a fair and level playing field for girls and women's in education and sports. He destroyed that by inserting gender identity, which then opens the door wide open for any man to go in, as we've seen with Leah Thomas and these other examples, to go in and compete, a biological male to compete in biological women's sports.
Bringing the people
Not
in.
a single one of them has stood up for women and girls. This is coming from people who claim to be feminists and we support women and all this other crap. They are terrified because they see what happens to people like me, and they care more about what their friends think of them and what those little circles of backslapping that take place in Washington, D.C., than they do about truth and common sense and actually caring for our kids and caring for our young women and girls, and caring for the people in our country. And that's, so yes, it's people who believe that they are, they know what's best for our country more than we do. So they try to take away our ability to make choices for ourselves because they don't want us to make wrong choices. They try to control what information we see and don't see because they know what's best for us, that they need to curate that so that we're protected from violent speech or hate speech or misinformation or disinformation, all of these things that they label to try to silence certain people's voices or certain narratives. They want to limit who we can vote for on the ballot. We saw over 32 states tried to take Trump off the ballot, so voters couldn't even have the right to choose. We talked about the legislation in California. It's not the only state that's pushing for this kind of thing. So we see them putting themselves
Everyone in the
a
bunkers.
position once again.
Go,
as the ultimate
children.
Authority that can tell us what is true and what is false because they say it is so. That is more powerful and knows better than what our founders laid out for us in the Constitution. For example, Kamala Harris, there's Article 6 of the Constitution, talks about how there shall be no religious test for anyone serving in public office in our country. As a senator in the Judiciary Committee, she launched accusations against and opposed judicial nominees by President Trump simply because of their faith. This judge, Brian Boucher, for example, he was nominated not for the Supreme Court. It was some other federal circuit court judge, I believe, because he was Catholic and a member of the Knights of Columbus. Kamala Harris and our senator from Hawaii, Mazie Hirono, were launching accusations at him for his faith and asking him, will you give up your membership in the Knights of Columbus if you are allowed to serve as a judge? Completely defying the Constitution. I could go there's too many examples, but
mean-ass
ultimately, what
looking.
does it come down to? It comes down to power. They care more about power, and whether it is those who know exactly what they are doing, and the ends justify the means because they believe they alone know what is best for us, and they really do at their heart of hearts hate this country and what it stands for, or it's those who are sheep following along. The end result is the same.
Let's get one
Both
more.
groups of these people are people who swore an oath to the Constitution, like you and I did, and who are defying and breaking that promise in the oath that they swore and the promise that they made to those who voted for them to serve in office.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to jump around a little bit. I want to know how the lobbyists approach.
How they approach members of Congress?
How they approach members of Congress.
Why are people still out there? Run, you idiots! Get in a bunker.
It is a very cozy relationship. You make friends. You run in the same social circles. There are lobbyists. There are retreats that either members of Congress or political
Now you can
parties
leave
host,
because
and lobbyists are very much.
I get out. We just have like a team of chimps inside the bunkers. And when it's time to go,
some cases
they make you go. They go crazy and throw you out.
Direct threats that if you vote a certain way, there was someone I knew in Congress.
I guess we'll have to see how much territory the
their political
gigs
campaign
need.
that was calling for negotiating lower prescription drug prices for Medicare to help seniors who couldn't afford it, and a couple other, again, common sense reforms that would actually help people and perhaps I wouldn't even say hurt big pharma because they make so much money, but it might reduce a little bit of the profits that they make. And the industry and the lobbyists for the industry said, if you run that ad, we're going to pull the however $5-10 million that we had set aside to run ads supporting your candidacy. They pulled the ad. And so you have the direct threat approach of pulling back of monetary support, and then you just have lobbyists who build up that friendship, and obviously they're funding these people's campaigns, and just be like, hey, bro, here's what I need you to do. This is what my boss is asking for. This is why it's important. I know this probably isn't a big issue for your
activity
district,
center.
so this is an easy one. Why don't you just vote this way?
Yeah. What about, is there any direct money? I'm excited to introduce to you the newest member of my family. We call him Stanley. We get $8 off the Nova collar. You see all these people, show up in Congress, the Senate, the cabinet.
Oh, man, I better be making money.
And, not wealthy.
Yeah.
And then, let's fast forward a couple years and they got Steve Aoki DJing their 40th birthday party. How does that happen?
I don't have firsthand experience in this. I have often questioned the same thing. I know a big factor is the insider trading that goes on in Congress. And again, some people will say, well, like, hey, I didn't know anything about this. I'm just making investments for my family, or my wife or my husband is making investments. I don't know anything about what's going on. Maybe they're being honest, maybe they're not. But the reality is you're in a position where you're making decisions either in committee or on the House floor that influence our markets, that influence the outcomes of certain industries, either causing some to tank or others to skyrocket. And the mere perception of insider trading shouldn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
This is legislation, again, I introduced in Congress years ago.
Huh.
No member of Congress should be allowed to do any trading.
It's a
of any
bird.
stocks. Neither should their spouse. Neither should their senior staff. Period. These are the people who have access to proprietary private information that's not open to everybody in the public, or certainly before it becomes public. And the possibility of the abuse of power in trading on that information should not exist.
And it's just going
no matter
off
where
on its
you're
own.
watching the Sean Ryan show from, if you get anything out of this,
It's gonna run right into the wall and blow up.
particularly interesting world. So yeah, pretty horrible.
Echo pretty much summed up everything about the episode as structurally that was wrong. I didn't play the second game. Basically, that was around the time where I was kind of just following all you guys, and everyone was like, "This is shit. Don't buy it." And I was like, "Okay, fine. I just listened," you know. And but I did play the first one, and I thought the first season, whereas it had its issues, did a pretty good job of summing up how they interact.
Oh, great, more.
Slow crawl toward being, connected to one another. Because the game itself it's action, long sequences of speaking to each other to get the backstory. And you really have to pay attention.
She's
to that stuff.
sleeping.
The show did that really pretty
KK
well.
looks like you when
And
you
then
sleep.
here they just jump right into the hatred aspect. They don't they don't go into any of the reasoning really, like Mahler said. But one thing that I did love, and I think it's one of the most, you're gonna have to tell me if it happened in the game, because one of the things that happened with the first season that I always laughed at was this like glorification of the communist Wyoming settlements. And then within 2 scenes, they explain how it wouldn't work in this episode. It's the first scene being when they go in, they're like, "Oh, this window's not working." It's and he's like, "Yeah, I don't have supplies. There's too many fucking people. We're running out of shit, basically." And she's like, "Well, you just got to make that work." And then all of a sudden, he's like, "Yeah, sure. I just have a big dial. I turn around, and everything gets fixed." And and then the next scene or 2 scenes later, when they show why universal healthcare wouldn't work, because he gets assigned a therapist who has no interest in helping him whatsoever, and is just there for the weed. So it was just two like socialism fails in a matter of 2 scenes, and just nothing about Ellie is. Oh, go ahead.
No, just to answer your question, like that doesn't really come up in the game, and it's really hammered home like hard in the first season, where they are getting a tour of this town and explain like nobody really owns anything. It's like collective community ownership, and everyone has to chip in. And like Ellie even like looks around and goes, "This place actually works," and it's like just like this little advert for communism. Like, yay!
Yeah,
if
so
everyone
I
pitches in, communism really can.
And then we're going to see what happens to every other communist society, where the thing's going to get overrun by outsiders.
Well, it's
climbing
even
in through
more.
the pipe.
I think it's overrun by zombies. Like that always happens. Fucking zombies.
It's even more basic than that, where it's just like, okay, this is great when you're on a knife edge of survival, but you know what? If like you succeed and you start to rebuild society, that shit ain't gonna last for long, because pretty soon people are gonna want more than just the bare essentials of like staying alive. And like, what are you gonna do then? Yeah, some people are gonna be like, yeah, I'm working harder. I want to get more stuff. I want to have better things than the other people.
Did anyone else think it was a little bit strange that the therapist was charging? I thought, like, man, I would have thought.
Well, that's another thing I was going to say. She was charging, and it's supposed to be this communal thing. Like, why is she charging?
That's what I was going to say. I would have thought she would have given away
Gig, no,
for
so,
it's like, hey, I helped the butcher with his fucking torment and PTSD. In exchange, he gives me lamb every Thursday, or some shit like that, and she does it for everybody. That's the
Or
exchange.
or in those cases, like I help this guy to find some kind of emotional grounding so that he can do his job, and kill the fucking horrifying monsters that are trying to eat my face. He helps to protect me, and I help to keep him on an even keel. That's what we do, because if the shit hits the fan, are you really going to go for a therapist to defend you? I don't think so.
Wetland.
Yeah,
I love that the therapist was drunk too. That's my favorite part about that. She was just.
I heartily endorse that idea.
I was gonna say that was actually fair. I thought, because they do try to just generally get across that, because it's a year since her husband died or whatever, right?
Yeah, Joel killed him,
and it was Joel that killed him. So I could get drinking. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, the show tries to be clear that was unconventional, but it's post-apocalypse. I don't really give a shit. I think that would be more fun, actually, with a psychological sort of breakdown. It would be funny, but I just think it's strange that she charges. I would have thought in that environment, a lot of people would be like, bro, I have not got the money for a fucking therapist in the post-apocalypse, okay? Like, I'm a bit busy.
I think a therapist in the apocalypse is not very high up on, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Man, and they're sitting there like, I could die any day. I need to go out and hunt for food with these deranged monsters going around that want to like eat my face. We're running out of supplies and stuff like that. But I get anxiety sometimes. I just get a bit anxious. Man, like it doesn't seem like a priority.
The funny part is they did like set up for that in the previous season. So I binged the first season before this came out, just because I hadn't remembered anything. And they do set up that he has like panic attacks and shit. That was a thing that they did.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, like, but again, that's not like the Joe from the game, because like the game was smart enough to recognize that like that kind of shit.
Go my shit. They're making a lot of these guys. I hope I have enough room.
Of like these fucking horrifying monsters coming after you, you're just dead. You're not gonna make it. Okay.
The impression I got was they're just baiting the audience. They're just getting like things out of Joel easier with less exposition in other scenes. It's like the therapist. You can just fucking
pretty much
Jesus.
Shit,
I think we might have too many of these guys, but
situation. Well, yeah,
we'll figure that out in time.
And they got killed by these zombie creatures. That's pretty much going to be the range of issues, I think.
Yeah, and it's like I'm worried that I'm going to get killed by these zombie creatures and turned into a fungus man.
I'm amused by the fact that she would be doing so badly that like when they come in for a raiding party, she would like run up to me like, "Everyone okay? Anyone anxious? Anyone sad? Anyone? You want to talk about any of the things you just encountered?" There was like, "Fuck off."
She would have she would basically have a really easy job, because 97% of the people that came in would have the same issue, and she'd just be like, "Okay, well, just pretend like the fungus doesn't exist, and just pretend that it's a very just you're in a happy place. You don't need to worry about that." And then
7 minutes,
occasionally
damn.
you get Joel who comes in and is like, "My daughter's a bitch."
Yeah, I mean, imagine how boring and tedious that would be after, like, you've just been speaking to 10 people whose families are all dead, and then someone comes in.
It would actually probably be like it would be like an oasis in the desert.
Yeah.
She'd have heard the same thing 10 times.
Biography.
Like, oh, wait a
The
minute.
Giganosaurus was born in the summer of 1962.
I'm questioning my sexuality, or my biological clock is ticking. Being like, shut the fuck up.
Well, this is something I wanted to talk about as well, because there's like the games did this as well, right? Where you would get ridiculous scenes where like heavily pregnant women would be sent out on dangerous missions into hostile territory, where they have to like leap across dangerous gaps, and like they have to fight enemies and stuff. Like, who is doing that? But it's like
that's Glasgow Housewives.
Yeah, well, sure, they are terrifying. They're more dangerous than the actual zombies, like the fungus zombies in this. But the point being, though, this is done with a very clear agenda of like, hey, we can prove that.
Oh,
like,
quit
women
running!
can
It's
do
just rain.
as much as men,
You bitches.
even when they're heavily pregnant and they're wearing high heels and whatever other stupid constraints you want to put on them. And it's just
We are making
done
money, though.
from the point of view of, how can I put this? Like, people who have never been in survival situations like that, people who like lived lives of absolute ease and luxury, and just think like, oh yeah, if you just believe in something, then it just makes it happen. And that's lovely, and it's a nice idea, but like, unfortunately, reality tends to hit you in the face with that a little bit.
There are too many women that think they can actually beat up a man.
Well, this is what I'm coming to. Like, there's scenes in this, like, and one of them is
Leading the Chiblins
fight scene,
around.
which we're going to talk about just in a second. The other
Is there
one
not
is
a-
like when Dina and Ellie are on a mission to scout out a local town. Right, they've got to
Okay, this is the higher.
recon the area. they're apparently under the command of like a woman who just lets them do whatever they want. Like she's got absolutely no control over them whatsoever, which I don't really understand
Come, my
how that chain
children.
of command works. She's like, "Come on, guys, come back,
Come drink from the
And they're
water
like,
of
"No,
life."
fuck off." It's like, oh well, I tried.
It was weird. When I was
but
watching it, I said, like, I wish people would take this more seriously. And then that character said, you guys should take this more seriously. And I was like,
and then
"What?"
they laugh at him.
And then,
They
yeah,
laugh at
I
him
was
'cause
like, and
it's
then they
stupid.
proceed not to, basically. And it's like,
There's a
okay.
bit where like they stopped outside the entrance to a building, right, and they know that there's zombies in there. There's at least 2 of them because they can hear them screaming and moaning and stuff, and they're like, this could be dangerous. And Ellie says to Dina, like, what are you gonna do? You gonna ask for the men to go in?
I fucking
And I'm like,
hated that part.
And I'm like, yeah, you absolutely should ask for the men to go in because they're older than you. They're probably more experienced than you. They're physically stronger than you. They're more robust than you. And they're more expendable than you. You should definitely ask them to go in instead of you because you're a small child.
I
And
didn't
you
understand.
absolutely cannot hold your own against something
That's
like
definitely
this.
what I want, and a close quarters combat situation with monsters, teenage girls. That's who I'm going to send out.
Might as well
it
want
was
100
dumb.
pounders. That's the best weight class right there.
This
You
is
want the 100 pounder
this
class.
is the wonderful fantasy world that the games the second game exists in, and they 100% bring it to the fore here as well. And I just thought, no one's buying this, man. No one's buying what you're selling here.
So I don't understand because the game and certainly the first game and even the first season, they make it clear like clickers are terrifying. Remember like even Tess and Joel terrified
Yeah,
basically. Like
you want to avoid them. You don't want to
But
fight
now
them.
in that scene, I was like, so the goal of the writers, surely, as we all know, is to be like, we got to get the audience on the side of Ellie and Dina as soon as possible because the whole fucking season is going to be about those two. So it's like, oh, they're having fun, they're smiling, they're challenging each other. And it's like, wouldn't this have been way better if they were both terrified together and then they both have to admit that like
That's a
this is
big ass
beyond them or
fish. They
something,
gonna
and then
eat
you get
that?
a series of circumstances like falling to the floor.
That fish is
so
gonna
they
kill
have
the
to do
dinosaur.
something that's actually like
Or flying
somewhat
reptile.
terrifying because and clever. But no,
Yeah,
they
like
just
they get backed into a corner and it's like the mission goes wrong, like they're separated from the rest of the group,
Yeah.
and they've got no option but to fight these things in order to get out. Because then there's real tension. Because if the characters are not scared, then why should the audience be scared?
Which the scene it was annoying watching them plan to kill the clicker. They were treating it like it's an annoying drunk that they have to kick, basically. And it's like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just before I fuck off, here's a little reminder that the Kickstarter for Trial by Fire still has a couple of weeks left for donations. We already reached our funding goal within the first few days, so big thanks to everyone who donated, and we're now pushing towards our stretch goals to try to produce more and better quality short films. So if you're feeling generous and you'd like to support independent filmmakers, not to mention take a shot at having your own idea turned into a short movie, then consider heading to the Kickstarter page in the description and having a look. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Magnificent. I have $11 million. They need to let you walk around in this, in the viewing galleries. That should be the next priority. We're making money. All right. Got the birdies are gonna start making some babies, some baby birdies. Oh shit! Is Darth Jadis back? Yeah, he is. Wait.
Life is a workout.
Don't acknowledge it. The ACIO likes it this way. Their specialty was technology that shouldn't exist on Earth, and this corridor was exactly their kind of problem. The passage spiraled upward through solid rock.
Make a
not
small.
carved,
Is there a way to
melted.
tell area?
The walls were polished at the atomic level, covered in glowing symbols that seemed part of the stone itself. 23 chambers branched off at regular intervals. The spiral formed a perfect double helix, DNA carved in stone. Every chamber contained artifacts, paintings using pigments nobody could identify, musical instruments that created
Just release. Let's let him run wild.
Star charts drawn from somewhere else in the galaxy. The same symbols from the corridor were in every room. Chamber 23 was different though. No symbols, no artwork, just one artifact, a small optical disc. It looked like a CD.
Start Salmon Hatchery and Park Pool.
It wasn't an AOL CD.
You sure? They were everywhere.
It wasn't a CD at all. It just kind of looked like one. And scientists still assumed the disc contained digital information, but when they tried to read it, nothing worked. Lasers failed. Electron microscopes showed only a smooth surface.
Appreciation.
But under certain wavelengths
I'm so
of
glad
light,
you used my.
symbols
Wow, we're
appeared,
just carrying him like that.
thousands of them, layered in three-dimensional patterns, the same symbols that covered the walls.
He's choking. We're choking the dinosaur.
Decipher it. They sent the disc to Virginia for
DK, this is what you need to be when I'm
After almost 2 years of
carrying you,
analyzing
just
the ancient Arrow site, the scientists thought they'd found
dragging him out around.
X-rays of chamber 23 revealed something else. A trap door buried under 6 inches of debris. It covered a shaft dropping straight down 150 feet. Too narrow for a person, so they lowered cameras instead.
That reminds me. I gotta schedule a colonoscopy.
Okay, that's enough.
What? Everyone over 50 should get one.
Thank you for the PSA.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Fellas, get your PSA checked too, huh?
I've got 1 paragraph left.
Fine, go ahead. Sheesh, what a grouch.
Chamber 24 was massive, 3 times bigger than any other room. 7 groups of symbols covered the wall in the most complex pattern they'd seen, but there was no way to reach it. The project stalled again. 2 years later, another discovery
It'll
would
be fine.
show that ancient Arrow wasn't ancient at all. The discovery had nothing to do with the past. It had to do with the future. This message is sponsored by Greenlight. Summertime takes me back to long afternoons as a kid, riding bikes and counting every penny I earned mowing lawns. I thought I understood money then, but I wish I learned to manage it wisely earlier. That's what Greenlight helps kids do. It's a debit card and money app for families that teaches kids to save, invest, and spend smartly. Parents can send money and track how it's used. Meanwhile, kids and teens build money confidence and skills in a fun, accessible way. The Greenlight app also includes a chores feature.
Oh,
where you can
shit.
set up one-time or recurring
Drive!
chores customized to your household and reward kids with allowance for a job well done. If someone asked me how to teach kids about money today,
Monorail.
this is the app I'd
Monorail.
recommend. It makes learning essential money skills clear, practical, and engaging. Greenlight is the easy, convenient way for parents to raise financially smart kids and families to navigate life together. Maybe that's why millions of parents trust and kids love learning about money on Greenlight, the #1 family finance and safety app. Don't wait to teach your kids real-world money skills. Start your
Your social
risk-free
issues,
Greenlight trial
anxiety,
today at greenlight.com/the-Wi-Files.
autism.
That's greenlight.com/the-Wi-Files to get started.
The
Greenlight.com/the-Wi-Files.
female, yeah.
In the summer of 1996, 2 college students were hiking near Chaco Canyon. 24 years after the first ancient arrow discovery, 2 years after rock slides had exposed new chambers. They spotted something metallic catching sunlight.
Let's
Not
make a
buried,
Dimorphodon
not hidden, just sitting on the ground.
enclosure. Or
1996, AOL CDs were still everywhere.
It wasn't an AOL CD.
Okay.
The object was about the size of a shoebox and heavy like lead. Its surface showed a pattern of swirled gold and silver that was a three-dimensional map of the exact area where they stood. Strange symbols covered every inch of the object, not carved or etched. The symbols
let's
were
get one of
part
these
the
guys.
metal itself. As the students lifted the object from the sand, both collapsed at exactly the same time, like someone had flipped a switch. They weren't unconscious, they were inside a vision.
What, did they eat mushrooms off this thing?
No,
I was in the desert, that's right. So, they probably ate peyote.
no.
They lick a frog?
They didn't eat or lick anything. Just touching the box gave them a vision. But it gave them the same vision. A massive chamber system inside a mountain. 23 rooms in a spiral pattern. They could smell cool air and feel smooth stone.
let's see how he feels now.
Strange symbols glowed on walls they'd never seen. They can hear footsteps echoing. Their own footsteps walking through chambers that existed.
Just have him in the
somewhere
Family Guy
else.
pose.
When the vision ended, both students were on their knees in the sand, gasping like they'd been underwater. The experience lasted a few seconds, but to them it felt like hours.
I'm comfortable. What's the other social issue?
Carefully. Neither wanted another experience.
Yeah, nothing's worse than a bad trip, am I right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, yes you do.
Eat that goat.
Please, there are kids watching.
Yeah, right. Sorry, kids. By bad trip, I just mean, a weekend in Portland.
Be nice. Anyway, they brought the shoebox artifact
Uh-oh.
to their archaeology professor. But when he touched it, nothing. No visions, no reaction. Whatever happened to his students didn't happen to him. He noted the unusual metal composition and the unknown symbols. He uploaded the findings to academic databases to see if anyone recognized this artifact. Unfortunately for the professor, somebody did. The internet was still new to most people in 1996, but it wasn't new to the NSA or its secret internal division, the ACIO. Since
Alright, what's she
Ancient Arrow
doing?
reopened in 1994,
Okay,
the
you gonna take a nap?
ACIO had been monitoring public and private
KK,
networks
it's like you
for
taking a
certain
nap.
keywords and images, unidentified
KK!
symbols, unusual metal compositions, reports of induced visions.
Jeez.
The professor's research
Angriest
triggered
looking
every
dinosaurs.
Within 4 hours, federal agents were in his office. They confiscated the artifact and made the professor sign a stack of non-disclosure forms. The agents added a few threats about national security, treason, and prison. Just to be clear, the object went directly to Dr. Jameson Neruda, ACIO's top linguist and technology specialist.
I mean, you start getting
The
some of
same
those
man who'd been
upgrades.
trying to decrypt the optical disc for 2 years. This artifact would show him what had been missing. The symbols weren't a language, they were instructions.
Well, we found a penny, an old penny in the desert.
The vision artifact sat on the table in Neruda's lab and did nothing. The two students had experienced vivid hallucinations,
Not much else.
visions of the ancient arrow chambers. But here in ACIO's sterile lab, the artifact was just an unusual metal object covered in symbols. Neruda understood why it didn't work. Proximity effect. The artifact needed to be near the ancient arrow site. The location was in the swirled pattern on its surface. Only about 50 people on the planet know about this location, and he was one of them. So one puzzle solved. But Neruda was fascinated by something else. The symbols on the artifact matched symbols from the chambers. Not exactly, but close. Like different dialects of the same language. Then it hit him, and he reached for the disc. The optical disc from chamber 23 didn't look like much. About the size of a CD, but thicker. Not quite glass, not quite crystal. When ACIO's standard decryption tools failed, Neruda took over. That was
These aren't
almost
that
2
neat.
years ago. Mathematical sequences, quantum algorithms, even Zemi, ACIO's quantum computer built with alien technology, couldn't crack this thing. Zemi made the best supercomputers on Earth look like pocket calculators. Still, nothing. What?
Alien technology.
All right.
Yep. The ACIO had an alliance with an alien race called the Cordium. Their home planet is 15,000 light years away. Dr. Neruda was fluent in over 30 languages, plus 12 extinct ones. He was an expert in data encryption, compression, storage. He also possessed genius-level knowledge of mathematics, quantum systems, music, philosophy, biology, and cosmology. His IQ had been enhanced through genetic modification, standard procedure for core ACIO scientists. The modifications raised intelligence by 500 points or more, all courtesy of their alien partners. Neruda repeated himself, this time out loud. Different dialects of the same language. The symbols on the artifact weren't random. They formed a sequence. When he compared them to the chamber paintings, a pattern emerged. Each painting contained one unique symbol. The artifact showed him what order to arrange the symbols. Neruda input these symbols into Zemi.
Working these
as
scientists'
ancient Sumerian
ass off.
words,
Uh-oh.
spoken in sequence from chamber 1
About to right
to
off there.
23. Then Zemi will
Oh, pay the family.
8,000 pages of data flooded the processors. Text, diagrams, star maps, genetic sequences, all with translations in English and 60 other languages. Dr. Neruda had been with ACIO for 15 years. Not only was he aware of alien races on Earth, he spoke 5 of their languages. He could read 4 more. He thought he'd seen everything. He did not see this coming. The creators of the disc called themselves Wingmakers. And the Wingmakers weren't aliens. They weren't an ancient civilization. They were humans from Earth. And they were sending us a warning from 750 years in the future.
Yahtzee.
Shh.
It'll be fine.
Ever notice how the right story can completely turn your day around? Whether you're stuck in traffic or just need a mental reset, listening to something great can instantly boost your mood and shift your whole mindset. That's the magic of Audible. Audible is your all-access pass to audio entertainment. From the dark suspense of Mad Love,
Don't worry,
to the
lady. We'll
fantasy
get you
romance of
a
Bionic Storm, to Stephen
a
King's
fuck buddy.
Chilling Never Flinch, plus hits like Frida McFadden's The Tenant and Amelia Hart's The Sirens. Audible's become a daily go-to, not just for research, but for keeping my head in a good place. Sometimes I need an escape to reset my brain, and Audible has me covered. And as an Audible member, like me, you can choose one bestseller or new release audiobook every month from their entire collection, yours to keep. Plus, you get unlimited access to thousands of included audiobooks, podcasts, and exclusive Audible originals from top celebrities, renowned experts, and exciting new voices.
We're
Start
gonna have
listening and
weekly
discover what's
pizza
beyond the
parties.
edge of your seat. New members can try Audible now free for 30 days and dive into a world of new thrills. Visit audible.com/Wi-Files.
Pizza for
or
everyone.
text Wi-Files to 500 500. That's audible.com/Wi-Files or text Wi-Files to 500 500. According to the disc, humanity developed time travel in the 20th century, not for exploration, for survival. These future humans were on a
I probably
timeline
should see.
where Earth gets invaded by synthetic beings called the Animus. The Animus were more than just machines. They were an android race with artificial intelligence, driven by one obsession: to become
Pasture.
soul carriers, to achieve immortality. But they lacked organic nervous systems, the very thing needed to carry a soul's higher frequency. So they needed our DNA, not just to reproduce, to evolve. And they didn't choose Earth randomly. We're a genetic library. Our DNA
doesn't give me
carries
area.
something rare in the universe.
So we're just gonna have to
full
wing
range
it.
of emotions, the key to the human soul. The Animus wanted our source code, the original blueprint of human genetics. And they'd been here before, 300 million years ago, and again about 9,000 years ago. Both times they found humans too primitive for their needs, but they were scheduled to return in 2011, and this time they'd find us useful. The timeline was specific. First, infiltration. They'd appear as friends, advanced beings here to help. They'd work with the United Nations to bring stability to Earth by creating a global governing
Well, if it's not big enough, we'll figure it out.
Yep. The group is called
Pasture.
the Incunabula.
Another word for Illuminati.
Yep. And their plan is to control the world's money supply and natural resources. These would be distributed by the Incunabula, who are android-human hybrids.
Anyone check Klaus Schwab for wires?
They would implement a paperless electronic currency that tracks the spending habits of everyone on Earth. This would give the incunabula insight into individual affairs and allow them to manipulate global events. By 2018, the incunabula would be running the world. But this future could be avoided. The disc explained how. What we perceive as normal biology is actually a suppressed version of our full genetic potential. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. The Wingmakers claimed we can activate 24. And here's why that mattered. The Animus can only harvest from standard human DNA, our current 23
You know what? Let's not build that
pairs.
until we know how much space
Humans
we
with
actually need.
24 activated chromosome pairs would be useless, like incompatible software. 7 sites around the world would trigger this activation. It could be done simply through meditation. As more people meditated, dormant DNA would activate. First 2 pairs, then 4, then 12, eventually all 24. And the disc had another solution. Use time travel to stop the Animus from ever finding Earth. So humanity had 2 defenses, one biological and one technological. Dr. Neruda understood the value of both options, but ACIO's leadership was split. Half wanted to use technology, half wanted transformation. Neruda was caught in the middle, but he knew he'd have to make a choice. And the choice wasn't just about technology versus consciousness, it was about who decides humanity's future.
Alright, let's see what these assholes want.
Within ACIO operated an even more secretive unit, the Labyrinth Group. Only about 120 people knew it existed. Their leader was known only as 15. No one used real names at that level. 15 had created the Labyrinth Group with one purpose: develop blank slate technology, BST.
Run right into
This
it.
is
Okay.
time travel that could alter the past, not just observe it.
Yeah, finally they can go back and tell Fox not to cancel Firefly.
Yeah, I think they'd rather use the technology to avoid the alien invasion.
Sure. But while you're back there, kill 2 birds. Aliens and Fox executives.
With the help of the Cordian, the
Carefully.
Labyrinth Group had been working on time travel since 1963. The Cordian provided
Care 5, $8 million.
computers, the genetic modifications that gave ACIO scientists their enhanced abilities. The Cordian
not broke
also
yet.
warned about the Animus threat decades
Alright,
before
once
the disc confirmed it. And the Labyrinth Group had accumulated wealth.
Once we get some more
outside of
dinosaurs in here.
oversight. They had more money than most small nations, all focused on time travel. Because if you can travel back and change key events, you can prevent the Animus from ever finding Earth, change the right moment in the past, and the future threat disappears. But now the Wingmakers offered a different solution: evolution through consciousness instead of technology.
Alright, let's see what these guys are
Becoming
about.
something the Animus couldn't use instead of
Dun,
erasing them from
dun,
the timeline.
dun,
2
dun.
paths, both claimed to save humanity. 15 saw them as
You might need more
Use both,
helicopters.
develop BST, while
Bring people
activating
in.
dormant DNA, cover all bases. Dr. Neruda saw it differently. The more he learned about the Wingmakers' philosophy, the more he questioned changing the past. The Wingmakers weren't just sharing technology, they were teaching transformation. For 3 years, Neruda had translated the Wingmakers' information. The technical data, the philosophical writings, the warnings. With each translation, something changed inside him. The Wingmakers weren't just sharing information.
Hey, where the
they
hell
were
are we?
selecting their spokesman, him. When he reported this belief to his superiors, the response was immediate: psychiatric evaluation, security review. 15 decided Neruda's growing belief in consciousness-based evolution could not be allowed to spread through the ACIO. The solution was simple: give Neruda an MRP, Memory Restructure Procedure. This would erase his memories of the Ancient Arrow Project, standard protocol for personnel who became compromised. Neruda had done these procedures himself. It was routine.
Deep water.
Colleagues returned to work with gaps in their memories, confused but compliant. Now it was his turn. The MRP was scheduled for 3 weeks later, December 15th, 1997. He marked it on his calendar.
He put his own mind wipe in his calendar?
Yep.
Tuesday dentist, Wednesday mind wipe, Thursday yoga. Guy's got ice water in his veins.
He did, but he was not going to let them take his memories. He had 3 weeks to come up with a plan. My cats don't talk to me unless it's 3 a.m. and they're hungry. But Pretty Litter does the talking for them, showing me in the box if
Y'all just
something's
keep looking
wrong,
around, you'll
and
find
that's
your
way
deep water.
better than a surprise trip to the vet. Pretty Litter changes color based on the acidity or alkalinity of their urine and can even detect signs of blood. With 3 cats, it gives me real peace of mind that I'm not missing anything important. Best of all, it ships free to my door. No heavy bags or last-minute pet store runs. And the safe silica gel crystals trap odors,
They'll
keeping
figure
the
it
house
out.
fresh.
And what about you
The
two?
ultra-absorbent formula lasts longer than clay, reducing waste and saving money. Right now, save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy at prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles. That's prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles to save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy. prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles. Pretty Litter cannot detect every feline health issue or prevent or diagnose diseases. A diagnosis can only come from a licensed veterinarian. Terms and conditions apply. See site for details.
Oh, wonderful dinosaurs.
Dr. Neruda had 3 weeks before they erased his mind. He spent those weeks watching his colleagues differently. Brilliant minds trapped in a philosophy of control. Every problem required a technological solution. Every threat demanded superior firepower. The idea that humanity might transform itself through consciousness, that seemed impossible. But consciousness was the one thing the Animists couldn't harvest. Synthetic beings needed genetic material, not awareness. The Wingmakers understood this. On December 13th, 1997, during a routine shift change, Dr. Jameson Neruda walked out of the ACIO facility. No elaborate escape plan, no security breach. He understood their systems well enough to slip out during a brief surveillance gap.
They'll be
By the time
fine.
he noticed he was gone, he'd already have destroyed his traceable implants and begun searching for someone willing to hear an impossible story. 2 days later, he made contact with a journalist named Sarah. He had a lot of information to share, and less than 12 hours before the next remote viewing sweep would find him.
Remote viewing sweep?
Oh yeah, the ACIO had a team of psychics on staff.
Yeah, of course they did.
There's so much more to this story, which is why we'll be revisiting it from time to time. Anyway,
Driving.
Neruda promised to tell Sarah
Good.
everything about
Good,
the
good, good.
ACIO, the Labyrinth Group, the Cordium Alliance, humanity's hidden history and potential future, but most
Now go get that
importantly,
goat.
who the Wingmakers were and what they really wanted. They weren't time travelers trying to save humanity from invasion. They were teachers. The Animist threat was real, but it served a larger purpose. Crisis forces evolution. The approaching danger would push humanity to activate dormant capabilities, not through technology, through higher consciousness. Then humans would be useless to the Animists. Neruda had 12 hours to convince Sarah, 12 hours to plant the seeds of transformation, 12 hours before the ACIO found him and took his mind. Dr. Jameson Neruda was having trouble. Finding someone to hear his story was harder than escaping. Academics wanted credentials. Journalists wanted proof.
Yeah, journalists demanding proof. I remember those days.
Journalist Sarah, he never learned her last name, was his 5th attempt. When they met in a diner outside Sacramento, he had 12 hours before the next remote viewing sweep. He gave 5 long interviews, enough to expose the ACIO, the Labyrinth Group, the Cordium Alliance. But as Neruda began talking, he realized the conspiracy wasn't the real story. The real story was transformation. Neruda explained how the Labyrinth Group approached everything backwards. They saw consciousness as a problem to overcome with better processors. They saw time as something to control rather than understand.
Is he gonna be able to make it?
Suggested defense wasn't about building bigger weapons or rewriting history. It was about becoming unirresistible through higher consciousness. Sarah recorded
The go get out.
the technical specifications, the philosophical frameworks, the countdown to 2011. But Neruda could see her struggling with the same question everyone
Damn
asked.
it.
Why should anyone believe this? He had no proof. The artifacts remained locked in ACIO vaults. The disk translations
Damn, they're
existed
big.
only in classified
And
systems.
two people are dead.
Genetics couldn't be verified without special equipment. All he had were words. And 11 months later, those words appeared online on a Wingmaker's website.
That's not gonna get a lawsuit, are we?
Details had changed. The hiker's discovery date shifted. Character names morphed. And the Wingmaker's teachings were now available for the low, low price of $17.99.
Oh, no.
The man behind the Wingmakers website called himself James. Later, he'd reveal his full identity, James Mahu from the Lyricist Teaching Organization. November 1998, 11 months after Neruda's defection.
Those people gonna get locked in?
Website appeared online.
No, they're good.
Anonymous at
Oh.
first. No author, nobody taking credit. Just the story of Ancient Arrow, the ACIO,
Damn, they're eager to get out. What the hell?
potential future,
And someone's
free
gonna
for
get
anyone
locked in
to
there.
read. The site included Neruda's interviews, renamed Dr. Anderson in this version, and there were pictures of art from the chambers, music, Wingmaker's philosophy, all available for
Some
free.
people in there.
Then things started changing. December 9th, 1998. Wingmakers LLC was created in Minnesota. The owner, Mark Hempel.
You've got
based in
pasture.
Medina.
Shut
A month
up.
later, subtle changes appeared on the website. The hiker's discovery date shifted from 1972 to 1996. The chamber count increased from 23 to 24. Dr. Neruda became Dr. Anderson. The changes were small, easy to miss unless you were paying attention. The transformation accelerated in 2001. March brought the first commercial product, $17.99. By the end of the year, what started as a free revelation had become a whole product line. Music CDs priced at $108.
Over $100 for a CD?
Yep.
I'm telling you, merch is way too cheap.
No, it isn't. The website sold art reproductions, philosophy collections, complete packages with bundled discounts. James finally revealed himself through email
Get your
interviews.
ass back in
He
there.
claimed the identity Mahunahi, a translator for the Lyricist Teaching Organization. Not from outer
Get your
space.
dumbass back in that
either.
cage.
He described using sensory bilocation, a technique for gathering information across dimensions. He positioned himself as a translator, not a creator. The Wingmaker's material were real. He didn't write them, he just made them accessible. But the changes kept coming. The Cordium's home planet moved from 15,000 light years away to 15 million. Scientific details were updated to match current theories. New
Shit.
websites popped up. EventTemples.org,
we can put it back.
Lyricist.org, SovereignIntegral.org. Each site added details to the story, and each offered more products. The original story, Dr. Neruda's, was buried under spiritual teachings and expensive merchandise. Years later, James would describe the Wingmaker's materials with a specific word. Not history, not revelation, he called it mythology. Mark Hempel remained silent. He managed the business side, while James handled mythology. Together, they transformed a conspiracy story into something else. Something less specific, something less verifiable, but something much more profitable. I've always been someone who needs to keep my hands busy. When I got my Fume, I knew right away it was exactly what I've been looking for. Fume is an award-winning, zero-nicotine flavored air device. Natural, fresh, lab-tested for safety, and it costs about a third of your bad habit. No wonder it's trusted by over 500,000 customers. If you're among the 50% of people who try to quit vaping each year, you need the right tools for the job. And nothing beats Fume. What really stood out to me is how satisfying it feels. The weighted, sleek design and subtle click to keep my hands busy and my mind at ease. And then there's the flavor. Right now, I'm loving the mango core. Fruity, fresh, tangy, with just a
Too
hint of
few
mint. Perfect
adult
for that summer
females. There's
pick-me-up.
only two
Start
of
your
you.
guilt-free journey with the Good Habit and use code Y to get a free gift with purchase and begin
fucking-
your overdue breakup. Just head to tryfume.com/Y. That's TRYFUM.com/Y and use code Y to start the Good Habit today. We've got desert canyons with secret labs, time-traveling humans warning about synthetic invaders, alien alliances, DNA activation, humanity's salvation through consciousness. The Wingmaker story has it all, and we just scratched the surface. But is any of this true? Well, the New Mexico Cultural Resources Information System contains no record of any ancient Arrow site. Over 800 archaeological projects have been documented near Chaco Canyon since 1952. Not one project
Let's
mentions
just let all these
mysterious
fuckers rest.
No
Y'all go
museum
on
anywhere
vacation
has
while I go
seen
take a
an Arrow
piss.
artifact. No peer-reviewed paper discussed the discovery. The NSA has never acknowledged an advanced contact intelligence organization. ACIO appears on no government documentation, classified or declassified.
Yeah, but if ACIO is real, they cover their tracks.
That's true. but so are the story contradictions. The Wayback Machine shows all the changes to the dates, names, locations. These aren't clarifications, they're rewrites. Then there's the money. Wingmakers LLC, registered December 1998. Free content transformed into premium products. The Wingmakers revelation had become a business model. But despite all the problems with the story and all the products for sale, the Wingmakers built a devoted following. 25 years later, there are still thousands of followers. They know the story is debunked. They don't care. Still, they report personal transformations, expanded awareness, life changes. Now, is this just a placebo effect or something more? I don't think it matters. If people are getting value for their money, I don't have a problem with it. That's why when I read that James Mahu was a fraud running a scam, I pushed back. Because a scam really all depends on your point of view. James himself called the materials mythology, not history.
You can wake him up.
Mythology. That's an important word, and probably why James chose it. Since before we had written language, we evolved through stories. Our culture from the very beginning was built on mythology. Cave paintings taught the next generation how to hunt. Tribal elders told legends that explained seasons. The stories told in religions shaped entire civilizations.
It'll be fine.
Stories have always pushed humanity forward. Jules Verne wrote about submarines. We built them. Arthur C. Clarke imagined satellites. We launched them. Star Trek showed communicators and video calls, and we use those every day. The Wingmakers might be fiction, but it pointed people toward legitimate research. Epigenetics, consciousness studies, the connection between mind and matter. Thousands took up meditation, studied quantum physics. Why did they do this? Because the Wingmaker's story is powerful, and powerful stories always have a hint of truth. The chambers never existed. The artifacts were imaginary. The time travel was fantasy. But the Wingmaker's story contains one undeniable truth. We're capable of more than we know. I believe that's true. I think you do too. That's why you're here watching this show. You have questions. You have questions about what's hiding in our government, our society, on our planet, in our reality. And now that we've started asking these questions, we'll never stop. So maybe the Wingmakers never existed, but what they started, it's everywhere.
Mo and I have been covering this over the past, it feels like past several years at this point, and I forced him to watch it. But we've reached the end. We did it, Muller. We did it, and now he's probably going to get free dibs to inflict torture upon me. But yeah, we got to the end of The Last of Us season 2, and it's over now. So I feel pretty good about that. It seems like the audiences aren't though, because apparently the finale is down 30% from the beginning of the season,
and which they had everything to work with that opening. You know, the numbers. So it's you could almost definitely track it to the audience are not happy with the events of the story. Which shock, horror! Who could have thought? It can't hit you anymore.
The memories still hurt.
I thought that once I was done with the game, but here we are.
Yeah, well, they find new.
Where'd the rod go?
I might not force you to watch season 3 when it comes out because
All right, someone clip that, please.
I said I might not force you. I might still. It depends if you anger me or not.
Oh, God.
But my God, what a horrendous season! I don't think I've seen possibly any show fall from grace so quickly. No, this was worse.
What?
This was worse.
Arcane was season 1 was fucking 10 out of 10. Then season 2 was 1 out of 10.
Yeah, but I think people were slower to get on the uptake for that. They were slower to turn against. Whereas this was dramatic.
They had a warning with this one though, because they were adapting one of the worst fucking game stories ever. So people.
Yeah,
knew
but I
it
think
was
a lot
coming.
of people, a lot of normies, either hadn't played the game or they didn't want spoilers, so they stayed away from it. And so it was a whole new generation of people that got bitterly disappointed by what they did.
Yeah,
with
the
this.
TV show audience, those poor fuckers. They didn't know what was
Second
coming.
episode.
Yeah. And this has been so dramatic.
Oh hell yeah!
Wow.
Let's get one of these bad boys in here.
I think now that we've got to the end of it, I can look back on it and just say they actually did worse than the game. They told this already bad story in a worse way than the game did, even, and I think that's genuinely impressive.
They did actually miss some stuff from the game that made it make more sense. I can't believe those are words that are coming out of my mouth. There we are.
Yep. Performance-wise, yeah, vastly inferior to the performances that they got out, the voice actors, the motion capture and stuff for the games. Yeah, in terms of how things were laid out, yeah, the game actually made more sense. So I can't believe that. They might have actually raised the profile of Last of Us Part 2, the game, just by virtue of being terrible.
So, like, famously in the game, when she goes to kill Abby, she ends up killing a pregnant lady. And, like,
yes.
If anyone has seen my playthrough of it live, I like had Joker laughs. I was so just beyond, like, I couldn't believe the misery porn I was watching. Like, oh, she accidentally killed a pregnant lady when trying to kill someone else after killing thousands of people. I was just like, yeah, okay, like that's what we're doing. Fine, you know what? There's nothing meaningful to be had here. In this one, though,
Damn,
that
I'm always
happens,
pissed off.
but the girl lasts, like, she's alive long enough to try and direct her through doing like a cesarean, but it doesn't complete. I was just like, why are you making this even more like disgusting? And
well, it doesn't. It's not like it doesn't complete. Ellie doesn't even try. She's just like, no, I don't want to do this. And then the woman, the poor woman, dies, and that's it. It's like the game was impactful enough just with Abby killing her. Ellie killing her, and then like pulling aside the jacket, and then realizing, oh shit, she was pregnant. I just killed a pregnant lady. That's awful. And that was. It wasn't the worst way you could have done it. It's still a horrible thing to put in the game, but like it wasn't the worst way of doing it. The show was just so dumb and so over the top and so melodramatic. It lost all the impact. It just became silly.
Did you know that they didn't adapt the part where she kills the dog because Craig Mazin said that would be too misery porny?
Ha.
Like, are you serious? We can't be doing that. We can do the other stuff, though.
Unbelievable.
You might torment the audience, he said.
They did the whole conversation gets interrupted when someone's made a really good point that the writers don't know how to get around.
Yeah.
When Ellie's arguing with is it Jesse his name is?
No, yeah. Who gets the same ending as the game.
Yeah, he just insta kill. But like his whole thesis is like I try to put other people first. Like I know I'm going to become leader of the settlement when the current leader retires and stuff. Like that's kind of what I'm being brought up for. And I'm trying to do right by my community. And she's like, oh fuck you, you're always so about your community. Like I tried to save a random person that we've never met before from getting killed, which absolutely would have got both of us killed if I'd gone through with it, but I don't care about that.
Yeah.
And then he points out like, yeah, you know what? Like I've done the right thing, or I've tried to as much as I could, and that resulted in me saving your life. What do you think about that? And before she can even answer, wouldn't you know it, they get interrupted by a radio broadcast because they'd run into a brick wall. The writers had run into a brick wall where she had no answer for him.
Well,
they couldn't resolve that scene.
He was fast becoming like a favorite character, which, by the way, takes one step on the ladder in order to become that in this show. But the fact that he said, like, I'm a father now, like, I need to survive. It's important because, not only for taking care of Jackson, but also my son that no one told me about, in theory, or my child. Not only for... Whoa.
Ooh.
Hi, that was me. Anyway, so listening to him make all of those appeals, and then for her to say, like, fuck the community, like, fuck all the people back in Jackson. Oh, okay. This is a really quick way to make me like her even more.
She's genuine horrible person, and she gets even more horrible over the course of this show.
I really want to meet the person who wrote it such that she tries to say that, like, we desperately must save that random Seraphite person, even though it would get us killed, but we don't need to care about anybody in the home of the people that take care of us. Just like interesting math there. I don't know how they want me to feel about it.
I mean, yeah, because you kind of like if you want to put yourself into that situation,
they'll fix it all.
You probably are going to be oriented around your community, right? They are the people around you, your tribe, basically, that you're loyal to. They're going to watch your back. You're going to watch theirs. Okay, and that's the building blocks of trust and how you build your world. you're not going to sacrifice your life to save a random person that you've never met before, who you've got no idea what their allegiances are, what their worldview is, anything like that. So the idea that like putting your community
Monorail.
ahead of
Monorail.
some other person that you've never even met before, with no chance of success, and that somehow makes you a worse person than Ellie, like that's absurd. But that's the logic that this show operates on. Like it doesn't challenge it in the slightest.
You know, you mentioned as well, like the way the conversations work. I thought it was really funny when it's like she finally reveals why Joel did what he did to Dina. All she tells her is they were going to use me for a cure, and so he killed them all. And Dina's like, I was like, no follow-up questions? No, you don't want to be like, what? He killed them all? Really? What were they doing? Why would he do that? That doesn't sound like Joel. Why would he just kill people who suggest that you should be used for a cure? What does it mean to use you for a cure? You know, like every question you could imagine. She's just like,
Yeah.
Once again, it just feels like there's several times where they try and double down desperately on the whole Joel was a dick, Joel was wrong, Joel was... It's like, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Gary, I know that you're pretty much out of time here.
Sorry. I was going to contribute so much to this Last of Us conversation.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why I left this until the end.
But hey, thanks for having me on. Sorry I got to bail out early. Lots to do, but I appreciate being on. Hail, Mark. It's great seeing you again. Guys, have a great day. Hail to the chat, and we'll see you later.
We'll be fine. Where's my helicopter?
I'll need to scoot off for a wee second as well. We just get in from London. I ran ahead of the family. You know, like I felt like I cowered on the Titanic. I left the family at the train station and ran all the way home. So I've got to put the kids to bed in a wee minute. But I just want to say thanks very much. Have you done the Harry Potter chat? Have you guys done a Harry Potter chat already?
We haven't yet. No, we can.
Before
jump
I disappear, can I tell you a weird thing? See the wee guy who's playing Harry Potter, the new post-Daniel Radcliffe guy? Yes. He was in my kids' school the year ahead. So weirdly, I knew Harry Potter. It's the strangest thing.
Well, there you go.
A wee regular guy. As far as I knew, he wasn't an actor. And this wee guy is just suddenly Harry Potter. How awesome is that? My kids are really put out. Totally put out. They want to be Hermione and all that. And I was like, it doesn't work like that. You know, just because you kind of knew the guy who played Harry Potter. You know?
But no, I want to say thank you, Mark, for coming on tonight.
No, it's all great to see you guys. Thanks for having us. And I'll hope to see you again.
Absolutely. And I wish you the best of luck with your Kickstarter.
I'm not quite sure where it links, if whatever, you know, if you go to my website, if you just type my name in, it'll pop up at some point, you know. So like I hope you enjoy it, anybody who backs it. And all the best.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Later, guys. Good night then.
See you, man.
Thank you. Should we start ranting about Last of Us again?
Sure. I was gonna say, it's so cool because like that's the first time in my history of doing this YouTube thing where I'm like literally surrounded by things, because I have comics everywhere, as anybody who follows me knows. Literally surrounded by things by someone, was written by someone that was on the panel, which was really fucking cool.
That is pretty awesome, actually. Nice. Yeah. What were we discussing there?
Last of Us 2 dog shit.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
Garbage. Absolute garbage. She's got a moon face. Moonface McGee.
Oh, she's still awake?
Why did they pick her? She's insufferable. They had a terrible decision to go from... Well, a terrible decision to hire Pedro Pascal if you were going to continue down the path of the games, because you've got your archetypal character of insufferable woman, and then you have your, well, not insufferable woman, but insufferable individual, someone sort of stony face and stuff, and then you have your softened character who, you know, Pedro Pascal, Joel, softened us to what's her face, Bella Ramsey, and then you just murder him. And I've never played the game, so I don't know if this is the same in the games, but you murder our softened character who, you know, softens us to our other alternative lead, and then you just immediately replace him with some lesbo who no one cares about at all.
That's basically what the game does.
She was famously an alien Romulus.
I don't care. Anyway, but she then becomes our softened character, so we don't hate Ellie so much. It's like, right, but I don't care about this character. I've just had a whole season with Joel. This is really dumb narrative. This is really dumb.
Don't worry about the one that's out of his pen. He'll be
Like, I know
fine.
it happened in the game, but I don't know if they immediately swapped him out for the lesbian.
Pretty much
to be our point of view character. They're so bad. That's terrible writing. It is exactly what you'd expect from a moron with subversive nonsense.
Like, at least with Ellie and Joel, they could spark off each other because they had they were different ages, different perspectives on life. You know, the conflict and interesting drama between them. Ellie and
There's
Dina
also a
kind of like
father-daughter
smile at each
role
other.
as well, right?
What's that?
It's also a father-daughter role as well, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, exactly. But what they've replaced it with is just the most insipid and boring of gay romances, where they're just so nice to each other. There's so
nothing
supportive.
to talk about between them.
Yeah, they've got nothing going on. There's no drama. There's no conflict. They don't spark off each other in any interesting ways. They have roughly the same perspective on everything. Even the game did it slightly better in that Ellie was like hyper focused on revenge. She was just like willing to risk everything for it. Dina was the one always trying to like pull her back from the brink a little bit. She was trying to be like the moral compass. So there was something there, at least. It wasn't much, but it was something. The show doesn't even have that. They're just basically the same person.
I was gonna say it's like the personification of all those things that we ever say. You know, people who are their entire personality is their sexuality. That's basically what's going on in show form.
I think it was Echo Chamberlain who talked about this once, right? He defined it as gay exceptionalism in media, right? Where like any gay romance has to be portrayed as the most loving, pure, perfect, beautiful like romance where like both parties are just super nice to each other at all points. Like they're so well adjusted, they agree on everything, they're supportive of each other. There can't be any hint of like toxicity or drama or negativity or anything. And so the
Completely
result is
disregard. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
yeah, well, the result is two people that are just boring as fuck. Like, there's nothing there to get invested in as a drama because there is no drama between them. And
I was
so
gonna say completely disregard the fact that lesbians have the highest divorce rate of all couples.
Well, sure, but I mean, you can go beyond that to just like get two people together who have different perspectives on the world, right? And then they can argue and they can you know put forth different ideas, different perspectives, different worldviews, and it gives the audience something to chew on. It drives the story forward. Maybe they disagree about how they should approach problems or whatever. It's something. It's the essence of what getting different characters together means. But you can't even have that. And so it's just boring as fuck to watch them. They've got nothing interesting to say to each other.
It feels weird too because the way they've connected and adapting all of the bigger moments of the game feels strung together really incompetently. Like we said in the last episode, where they go from the forest getting shot in the leg, that sort of stuff, and then through a door, and it's into the payoff where she kills the that girl with the spores and everything. It's just like, oh yeah, we got to do that now. And it's just like, okay, this one especially. I was looking at the time and I was like, wait a minute. So we got to do the payoff where she kills all of Abby's friends. We got to get her all the way back so that then Abby can kill all of her friends. And I was like,
that is speed run.
Yeah,
in that
it's
final.
crazy.
That's
It's
in
like
the
a
last 10
montage.
minutes. Yeah. And, oh god,
Well, they're probably.
performances
I'm guessing. I was gonna say, I'm guessing that the third season will just be from the perspective of
It's Abby. It's all Abby.
Yeah, I mean, I had a theory. I don't forget which show I was on when I said this. My theory was that when all this was being determined and they were signing all the deals, you know, to make this into a show, was probably relatively the same time the second game was coming out, and they expected the third game to be a thing, so they signed on for third season, expecting there to be more material, and we all know where that went.
I think
now
more
they have to like split it.
I think they were happy enough with the narrative arc of it, but they were so convinced that people were just going to lap it up that they thought, okay, we can split this over multiple seasons because the game is that damn good. And
well,
so
look how far up its own ass it is with the end, right? So to be clear, can we show, by the way, I would like to the how bad the cut to black is.
Yeah.
Because I think people should see it. 'Cause it is so atrociously awfully edited. But after it's done, we fade back in and we see the first scene of Abby's side of the story, so to speak. And she walks out and you see a whole area in the football field or whatever it is, and it says like Seattle, day one. And the show is like, whoa, we're going back in time. We're gonna see her time. And I just said like, you may have misunderstood your audience again. Like, who the fuck cares about this woman's whole
annoyed
story for a
must they
season?
be?
What delivery? Poisoned.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Levanti. I'm here doing the Timcast afternoon live show. I'm holding it down today, not for, but with Real Tate Brown. He is on location. Tate, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. How about you? Thanks for filling in the chair, quite literally filling in the chair. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, you're quite welcome. It's been a good time so far. So we're going to get right into it. Today we're going to be talking about the report released yesterday by Rupert Lowe, who's an MP from the UK, about the rape gangs. The story is absolutely horrible. It goes through about, 250,000 British young ladies have been raped, had been forced to get abortions, had been tortured. I mean, it's really, really bad stuff. I'll go with the core claims. 250,000 young white British girls were subject to rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, and exploitation over decades, right? This happened all over the country, 149 districts, roughly 40% of all of the UK. The roots of it go back to the 50s, but it really accelerated in the 1990s, and the victims are as young as 11. Now, the perpetrators were,
No, they're poison.
probably people have
They'll
heard,
be fine.
there were approximately 87% of the offenders had distinctively Muslim names. One expert cited 95% could be had Muslim names. The majority of them were Pakistani men, smaller numbers of Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish backgrounds. And it's not random. Like, they were targeting white girls because of, basically racist, racist opinions. So, Tate, what have you heard about this? Give us a little background on what you're seeing over there and what you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you guys can probably see by the background, I am in Britain, and I'm here in Scotland. Scotland, obviously, being a place that many have noted for quite a long time, has been sort of maybe spared from a bit of the more horrendous migrant crimes and that sort of thing. Glasgow in the last few years has seen an increase in migrant-related crime and all that sort. So I will be covering some of those incidents here in Glasgow. But yeah, so to your point, Rupert Lowe had been crowdfunding for this independent inquiry into the migrant grooming gang scandal, which is, it's been commonly cited. There is some data out there. You can kind of compile stories and kind of put two and two together and see what's going on here. But as far as having one large, robust, one-stop shop to really determine what was going on here, the all-encompassing what was the grooming gang scandal, or what is the grooming gang scandal, because it's still continuing to this day. And so he runs this. Rupert Lowe, obviously an MP from Great Yarmouth, which is in the southeast of England, part of the Restore Party. He's their only MP currently in Parliament. He was formerly of Reform, Nigel Farage's party, Nigel Farage being a Trump ally, and he was ejected from Reform. Kind of a he said, she said.
How does that work?
On his way out, but
Just drop him on the glass.
He truly felt that Reform was not going to get the job done. He started his own party, and look, even if you're one of these people that's maybe a bit more critical of Restore, you're saying, well, they're going to undercut Reform in elections. We're going to play spoiler. It's hard to deny that right away he pumps out, this inquiry, which is huge. I mean, it really is a big deal.
That's kind of the point of Restore, right? Like, for people that aren't familiar, there is Reform that was looking to do, I guess, moderate changes. They were looking to make some changes. Restore is far more. I don't want to use the word extreme, but they're looking for a far more comprehensive policy, something that's really going to put the British people, the English in particular in England, the Welsh in Wales, the Scottish, and even the the Irish back in the center of the political world of the respective countries in the UK. Can you go ahead and talk a little bit, Tate, about what kind of policies that Rupert Lowe is proposing, and how
They have $9 million?
are about not they're not trying to be inclusive or be, you know, sugarcoat anything. They're like, we want to have a true British society, and there are people here that don't align with our interests. They don't share our culture. Can you go into what some of the things that Rupert Lowe is looking to do?
Yeah, and like I want to start with, because this is a huge debate here in Britain on the British right. I think there's very fine people on both sides. I don't think there's really any question about that. I have friends that fall on both, you know, in both camps. I do have some really good friends in Restore, and I think Restore, to your point, has been more reactive to sort of the more, I don't know want to use the word online right, because people use online right as a, you know, a bit of a disparaging term, but I think it's true insofar as Restore has been more open to, I think it's fair to say maybe younger voices on the right. Reform has been, you know, been critiqued over the last few years as
The
sort
disease.
of incorporating
What
Tories
disease?
more quickly than they would incorporate maybe just young right wingers in Britain. And that's ultimately what led to Restore really starting was, I think, the main policy differentiator, you know, the X factor for Restore has been they're pretty unapologetic about mass deportations. This is a party that was founded ultimately after Nigel Farage in an interview said, you know, mass deportations, and we're not considering that. That's impossible. That's a pipe dream. And I think that's actually the baseline. If you're right wing in Britain, I think mass deportations is the baseline. So Rupert Lowe has been pretty unapologetic about, no, all illegal migrants need to go home. And he's big on further. And this is, I think, where some people have pointed out that in some instances he's very Trump-like insofar as he says he wants to remove legal migrants that, again, are for a variety of reasons not contributing to British society. Either they're detracting from British society through welfare, or they're committing crimes, or they can't speak English. Those are kind of the three things I would say that he's indicated would make you, you know, a candidate to be deported, even if you were here legally. Beyond that, he's explored denaturalization policies, which will be difficult to see in Britain because right now that battle is ongoing over denaturalization, if that's something they can pursue. Something that you must consider if you're an American, which majority of the audience watching is that Britain has one advantage. You know, as far
Go,
as
my
mass
little
deportations
ones.
go, that we don't have here in the United States.
Those
in
all
which
male?
Britain does
What
not
are they?
have birthright citizenship. So just
They're all
because you're
female.
born in Britain, that doesn't make you a citizen. They have citizenship by blood, so you need to have parents that are British citizens. So that gives Britain a lot more bandwidth to deport, you know, a large, you know, proportion of their current population, which America doesn't have. I mean, think about the United States. We try to deport someone who has a random court orders from 10 years ago saying he's allowed to stay here for a few
Go
weeks,
get him. We'll be
and they will
fine.
turn that into a wedge issue, and he'll
God
stay here
damn.
forever, just long enough for him to have a kid, and then they're here forever, really. I mean, because, you know, we are trying to denaturalize, but it's going to take quite a long time. In Britain, even if they're born in London, born and raised in London, they're still not a British citizen in many cases and can be deported. So again, Britain has that in their back pocket where if reform gets in and they, you know, are able to get the job done, or if Restore gets in and they're able to follow through on their promises, they'll have a lot more tools in their tool belt to really carry out the mass deportations. And that's kind of the pressing issue. No one is really supporting Restore for their other policies that, you know, I would say, in fair play to them, you know, as a Christian, they have a, you know, menu of right-wing political or policy positions on a variety of topics. And I think that's admirable. I agree with the vast majority of those positions. But, like, let's not fool ourselves. The main reason people are supporting Restore Britain, you know, people that aren't on the internet are supporting Restore Britain, is because, again, they view them as less apologetic about mass deportations than reform. They trust Rupert Lowe to carry out mass deportations far more than they trust Nigel Farage. So.
Now, you mentioned Rupert Lowe is the only MP from Restore in the in the Parliament, right? So I did hear something about Restore candidates doing well in local elections. Is that the case? And is that the case, first of all? And second of all, do you think that is going to solidify them or help to solidify them as a serious organization? Do you think that they're going to be able to be marginalized? I'm sure Labor is doing the same kind of
So that's going to be in the way, ain't it?
The DSA would be doing here, which is calling them names, trying to use ad hominem attacks, not really addressing the problems. that they're taught that they want to talk about, or saying that the Restore is blowing them out of proportion or outright lying. Do you think that the fact that there are local politicians for Restore that have done so well in in municipalities or smaller elections, do you think that's something that can translate to the national government, to the whole parliament?
How about the critique of Restore going into the local elections, which I would say roughly are similar to they weren't historically, but they've kind of turned into their version of midterms. I think that would be fair to categorize them as such. And that was the main critique going into the by-elections, or the local elections, was that Restore was just an online thing. Like, it was just an online party. We've seen a million of those in every country on planet Earth. They have this based online party, and then they're never able to translate into political victory. The Libertarian Party is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Where Restore local elections come along. Granted, all of their local election victories were in Great Yarmouth, which is where Rupert Lowe is currently the MP. So, you kind of put a very, very, very small asterisk on those victories. But I think ultimately what the takeaway from those victories is that, yes, they are able to translate online energy into political victory, into actual, tangible on the ground results. Yes, they are serious. Like, this isn't just an online thing with influencers. Like, this has legs, whether you like it or not. And three, I think it exposed Reform's flank. I really do think this is a flank for Reform. There is a flank on the right, and I don't think it's fair to categorize Restore Britain as far right. And I'm not saying this to run cover for them or anything like that. I just legitimately think that these are all policies that, like, our grandparents would have supported. Certainly the British grandparents would have supported, but now it's considered extreme because of the current political situation. As far as you mentioned Labor, so you have Labor right now. They have a similar situation on the left, as you have the Labor Party, and then you have the Green Party has emerged, where the Labor is now seen as kind of the uniparty establishment, and the Green Party would be kind of your DSA analogs. It's not like our Green Party, where our Green Party just like is trying to get coal plants shut down all the time. And that's basically it. But their Green Party is your like AOC wet dream, basically. Like, they want everything that you can possibly think of. That a DSA, maybe you get a DSA member drunk, and I think that would be a great policy platform. And so you're kind of seeing that play out.
As
on
a
the left.
maintenance.
And ultimately, what Labor has been able to use Restore for, which is quite ironic, is they're able to use, again, Restore as kind of this boogeyman of what would come. If you vote for the Green Party and split the vote and you keep us out of power, then Restore will come in. So as far as Labor being concerned about Restore, I think they're mostly using them as a boogeyman, because Reform has gotten so popular that I don't think people can accurately call them far right anymore. That attack will land with the British people. So now they have to use Restore as the boogeyman instead.
Okay, I want to get back to the report a little bit. One of the things that was a major theme that was discussed in the rape gang report was the institutional failures, right? And this is something that people are generally aware of, or at least people on the right are generally aware of a lot, whether it be in the UK or here in the US. There is a fear by politicians
be thirsty.
Of being called names, being called racist, being
This
they're
Tyrannosaurus
afraid to
Rex has a
endorse
bad
policies
case
that
of
are-
dry mouth.
Are popular, at least here in the U.S., because they're afraid of what they're going to be called. And in the UK, it really turned into an institutional failure. And one of the things that the report says, or some of the things the report says, the police ignored reports. They were destroying evidence. They let offenders go free, and they were actually blaming victims, which is something that you don't really expect from the left, right? The idea of victim blaming. They're generally, or historically, they have a history of saying, we have to believe all women. We have to believe victims. You can't say that the victims are in any way not telling the truth and stuff. And they really did even criminalize victims. Like, the social services were closed. They undermined protective parents. They retaliated against whistleblowers. NHS had documented injuries, infections, pregnancies, even up to suicide attempts, and they failed to protect them. Schools expelled victims instead of protecting them. And then the local politicians and the national government, they denied the problem existed, not just a little bit, but they were denying it for decades. Can you expand that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, again, people are thinking this report maybe is just talking about the last few years. This is talking about, to your point, through the 60s. I mean, this has been in British public life now for decades. And most British are familiar with this occurring to some degree, especially because this has been pronounced in the working class. You know, this is a group of people who now we see are swinging towards reform. Well, there's a reason for that because, you know, I think the grooming gangs, you know, may sound just really dramatic and insane for quite a lot of people hearing this. But again, if you're the working class in Britain, this is something that you probably know someone that is, you know, involved in this in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, you talked about it. I mean, I think that is the most egregious part of this whole story is the institutional failure. I mean, that's really the most shocking part. Again, there was one story in there out of Bradford. Bradford is, you know, it's near Huddersfield, it's near Leeds, which these have been hotbeds of, you know, this grooming gang activities. And there was a story in which a girl, forget her age, but she was a teenager, had been taken. She was under duress and this being held captive by a grooming gang. She was pulled out by the police. She you know, phoned the police and told them what happened, and they documented everything. And they're like, yes, okay, et cetera, et cetera. And the police ended up bringing her back to the home in which she was held and released back into their captivity. And what did the police tell her when she was being literally dropped back off to her, you know, oppressors, I guess you would say, for lack of a better word, her perpetrators? They said, have fun. That's what they said to her. So they said, have fun. And I think that ultimately kind of epitomizes this story here, which again, the police in the United States, we kind of have this idea of the police as kind of like they're kind of victims in some way because, you know, ultimately we say the DAs are ultimately the source of the problem. And we'll typically say, which I think this is broadly true, that if the police were able to do what they needed to do, they would have no problem carrying it out. They know
The
exactly
escape key is not working.
you know, which skulls are cracked, etc. I'm using for this.
Oh, now it
of
is.
course. Britain's a bit of a different situation, to be honest with you. The police, this isn't the same stock of guys. Like, you know, if you think about the American police officers, these are, again, these are typically like working class guys. You know, they could have ended up in the military. Maybe some of them have ended up in the military. They want to serve. They want to protect their communities. Typically fairly masculine guys, at least historically, that's been the case in American police. And the evidence for that is police unions in the United States are one of the only public institutions that backs Republicans.
Why is that not
That's
fixed?
Exhibit A for my case here. Britain's a completely different situation, and I think we saw this on full display with the Henry Novak stabbing, where they approach him after he's been stabbed, and they say, "I don't think you have been, mate," and they put him under arrest. I think everything that's happening there indicates that the police, quite literally, are just view white British people as lesser than. I really struggle to find any other takeaway. I think that they are truly under the impression that racism is so bad in Britain that it would be impossible for an ethnic minority to oppress a white British person. I legitimately think that's what's going on here. That is what the report indicates, is that, yes, that could be the ideology held by the police, but also that a lot of the police, maybe those that aren't completely bought in, you know, drinking the Kool-Aid there, were just simply afraid of being punished for being racist. So that's what was documented extensively in this inquiry, is the amount of times where NHS, which is the National Health Service here, they have public health care, so, you know, they'll have, you know, various technicians and doctors and administrators and et cetera that will document everything that happened to you, to the police, to the schools, to the courts, everyone involved. A lot of them understood what was going on, something needed to be done, but they were too afraid of acting because, again, the blowback.
Yeah.
A, would have made sure there would be no justice, and then B, would have gotten them in trouble because they would be, again, acting in a racist manner. And that is the criminal sin here in Britain. I'm even having to watch some of the things that I say while I'm there in Britain. So
Yeah, the report explicitly states suppression that was driven by fear of accusations of racism. And it wasn't just like the Labour Party was doing it. Politicians of both parties chose community cohesion over actually delivering justice to the victims, actually arresting people that were committing crimes. And this does actually implicate Keir Starmer himself, right? So he was the director of public prosecutions from 2008 to 2013, and that's when prosecutions
Want to
were
buy some
slow to
crepes?
non-existent. This is his most egregious personal exposure to him, to this issue. Labour MPs overall voted 364 to 111 against an amendment for national statutory inquiry in January 2025, which is why Rupert Lowe had to crowdfund this, right? But what can you tell us about Keir Starmer's personal liability in this? Is this going to affect his time as the prime minister? Do you think that this is actually going to be something where people might demand his resignation? I know it's only 2 days now since it's been released, but is this something that the British people are going to say, you know what, we need to have a new prime minister because this is just beyond the pale?
yeah, I think as far as his culpability goes, to understand what his position was, I think the analog in the United States would be maybe the deputy.
It's an entire
AG,
store built
possibly
around
even the AG. I would
keyrings.
say more fairly to say the deputy AG, again, in charge of investigation, etc. Yeah, massive culpability. I mean, again, this is something that it's not fair to just beat up on labor for, because the Tories, the conservatives here, were not junior partners in this. Again, even if they weren't actively covering up various scandals, various crimes directly, again, they were participating in promoting the same policies that ended up leading to these people being here in the first place. Boris Johnson, who when he came in, people were like, "This is the British Trump." No? When he came in, he oversaw the largest, and he's a conservative, by the way, the Conservative Party, oversaw the largest importation of migrants to Britain. A very large chunk of those coming from Pakistan, which, again, you pointed out at the top of the show, they estimate that about 90 to 94% of the perpetrators in this inquiry were of Pakistani Muslim extraction. Again, 90% of the names were explicitly Islamic names. 250,000 girls. Again, Keir Starmer, obviously, there's not really any other way to restate this besides the fact that, again, he drug his feet when it came to serious accusations. When even local, to be fair, local municipalities, local police would say there's something going on here. We need some, nationwide resources to truly take a look here. And again, his office was asleep at the wheel. You could, worst case scenario, attributed to just maliciousness. I think maybe
Why are
the
the
most
lights not on?
gratuitous possible explanation you could give would be, again, they were just fearful of being labeled racist. Either way, it's horrific. It's criminal. And one more point that you made is, again, the Labour MPs rejected, or the Labour-led Parliament rejected an official inquiry here. So Rupert Lowe's inquiry that he made actually doesn't trigger any mechanisms in Parliament. So there's no policy changes that will be a direct result insofar as this inquiry, sort of triggering any sort of mechanism that would lead to policy changes. But again, there is a similar grooming gang inquiry that is in the works that is official that would have direct implications. And I think why this one is so important is because now it shows you what happened, what we should expect to see in the official one. And again, it sets the tone, and it's going to force the sort of official grooming gang inquiry that comes out to, again, contain the majority of things that we're going to see, that we've seen here in this one.
Yeah, so the official one, the statutory inquiry is going to be under boss Baroness Anne Longfield. It formally began in March of 2026, or at the end of March. It will run no more than 3 years, meaning that nothing is going to happen until 2029. Critics say that it's structured to minimize findings and delay this. Starmer and
Finally. Need some patrols. Oh, shit. Where is that charging button? Where is it? Oh. Oh, this one actually might not work.
You used to work at Area 51.
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51. Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982. I'd put a jet engine in my Honda. Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Los
they're just
Alamos
gonna take turns?
physicist at the lab, you know, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. The day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there, and we talked for a little while, and it was cool. You know, fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, you know, left Los Alamos and, you know, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting. He remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G, and that's pretty much how it started. Went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area, some days on, some days off. It was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
So take me back to first day on the job.
The first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper.
When did things get weird?
The first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility
Drop his
that
ass.
is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And
Oh,
normally we
they're
had
gonna take turns.
pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This
Bring
time
'em in.
that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter. And this is fucking hilarious. I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was some time later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it?
Once he spreads out more, he'll find that pasture.
A hemisphere about the size of a basketball on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. but there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said,
Oh man, what are they gonna
he
do?
was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands.
Little
away, just like
marital
two light
issues?
poles
What's
of a
this?
magnet. Closer you put them, the more.
Oh,
they push.
shit.
But
And you felt that physically
with
with
my
your hand?
Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that.
How did they turn it on?
Why are you
The
so
reactor?
pissed
Yeah.
off?
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load, although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically. There's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity.
The way this
12 million
reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
The stuff is borderline magic.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like a half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is, what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity to most people is gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
Did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect?
They knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient
Get that goat.
at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this
Now
is
you get
can
plenty
drop
of
a
room to
motorcycle
explore,
off
so-
wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it. But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of
I just released the
reasonably
goat.
good
Go get the
ideas
goat.
about how the reactor worked. And one of them was
Stupid.
the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators, are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. They lasted 220
He's happy.
milliseconds with the atoms. It's nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart after that, called it Moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
They'll get to it eventually.
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when
you
I
were
was
there.
there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was
I
when
was
you
at
were at
Los Alamos.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with.
This element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them.
Right.
At the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion. And this was important because
Can I honk the
where
horn?
the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection. So the placement of components might.
God,
be
this should be in
critical.
VR.
So
They're
they
missing
allowed me
out.
to go inside and look at it.
But you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no. First of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took. I've said this before. Somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax.
What are they doing?
And heated it just for a short time, so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing. There was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick on it, a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how
but
tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3-foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there is no, there's nothing else in there.
Yeah.
There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part
Come
of the
get the flares, you
superstructure,
idiots.
And that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could see
Yeah,
through
it just became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No,
that
there's
was?
no asking
There's
questions.
no asking questions.
No. And I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so I would lean
And
more towards a
again,
metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system.
I'm trying to get more
I
hints so
can
you know,
only
understand that
exchange
there's
ideas
more to
and
this
talk to Barry.
arc.
Now this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they needed to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda to come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here.
Come
Because they
on,
weren't-
come get me.
and, they might have done this 4 more times since, up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot it? Was there a pilot seat? Was there?
There were 3 seats. They sat around. The reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
and that's all. There was a large. They're not consoles. They're large
see if that-
rectangular objects, also spaced.
There he
Equidistant
goes.
around the
There
center.
they go. Start realizing there's more here.
Nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's
Good
no
job, guys.
lights, There's
And
no
they look the
controls.
same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer this is just my personal belief. I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes. They're just black areas. And I think that just determines its, position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I
it's
think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess. It violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. We looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back
What about
then
you?
we
Do
had to
you
pour
understand
liquid
how big this
nitrogen
park is?
into the camera to
All
cool
right,
the
sweet.
sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor.
Let's hope they understand
it
that they can
never
start
got above
fucking in there.
the ambient temperature, which is impossible. You're, pulling out huge amounts of power, and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields, and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. We really could only use come up with a best guess. And now I can't say we really that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. This was, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. However, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. The excitement kind of turned to dread at some point because the amount of power we're dealing with.
Let you do the thing where you can view from here.
astronomical. To affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does,
Yeah, they let you get inside the hotel.
And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists of the time, and just dropping it in a room. And they come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart.
You understand how expensive this shit
As soon
is?
as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. There's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. It's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. In some respects, we were guinea pigs, just try to find out how to make this thing.
As far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing.
This project was to back engineer the alien craft. Specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story. They compartmentalize everything. Now, we had the power and propulsion system. The briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their existence.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, to... a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact, or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test. I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on it.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me, and I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Why are they so fucking pissed off, dude?
Yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now,
Jesus.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test. That's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt, because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
Only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to that looked like a human could make was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that, because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that in the upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique, I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was the metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
Not even
you can't
the
drink them.
briefing. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. I think there's a fine line between.
I'm assuming direct control.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah. At one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
Were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
How were they different?
They looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jell-O mold, and it looked like a classic Jell-O mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all...
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while?
Yeah.
But they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality in terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. There was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Yeah. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. There was no other information about it. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star. Two stars that orbit one another, and it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before. I mean, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Or be able to trace it down. Like, hey, this fax came out, and, this Lazar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it would
when
be
you
me.
read Zeta Reticuli, were you like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this? Like, what?
No, to me, this was cool. This was interesting. I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old were you at the time?
I was in my 20s. This was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything. And
so do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And,
you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were like, okay.
Now I don't. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember in crazy information, and it would. But like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
Have you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
The way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away at high speed.
So it'd be like a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave,
Flips
it's
up.
flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver, and it's really.
That's why I gotta
interesting.
get
It
Quetzalcoatlus
behaves
in here.
like the craft that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right,
Perhaps.
but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source.
I was out there for one test. Right, in fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person in the craft.
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place.
Oh shit, a
to be in 'cause
tornado.
It's small, so the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle.
Everyone get inside!
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on because you were that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it
did it make some sort of a noise?
It produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge as it was lifting off the ground.
Hey,
You could
Vsauce
hear a
here.
slight
Just
hiss sound.
trying to make
Now,
sure
as
this
soon as
tornado
it
doesn't
cleared the
destroy my
ground by
fucking
about
park.
5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So
Doesn't piss off
it
the
lifted off
dinosaurs?
quietly, and then it hovered silently.
No, I did sign a team. What the fuck?
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off for that particular time. It took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The
Oh, they're stuck.
the craft itself.
We're never gonna get any work done in
They
this
communicated with it
park.
with a because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft, and I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter.
Just go ahead and run those people over too while we're at it.
But what's weird
It's
is
a tornado here.
he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out
Oh,
of the top
shit.
of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the
Hit the
craft is
dick!
sitting in the air and you walk underneath it
Holy
and
fuck.
look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It's it
And the reason they panic
possible
is the
to communicate with a craft.
Oh
that
god.
has an envelope around it.
Fucking
that's distorting
tornado.
all
We're gonna
kinds
drive
of
right
energy.
into it.
But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow
I can
and
find my
there was
way
some-
out of here.
Some unexplained
Whoa.
way that they
Yeah.
didn't bother explaining to you.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing gets up. It just does some very simple maneuvers: left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down. We looked around for a bit, and Barry said, "Let's go back." We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later.
All these people that aren't getting in the
I did
fucking
have the test flight schedule of the craft.
Ladies and
Now,
gentlemen,
at
we are
times
pleased to
they had
welcome a new
designated
dinosaur.
high
Also,
performance
tornado.
tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high
Oh, wait, this is a-
performance test. The high
Holy
performance
shit,
test
they're
unit
everywhere.
Goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prize.
Call an
item,
ambulance!
And they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like
Right.
that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically,
out of the way, asshole.
amount of traffic.
Why are you not in the bunkers? There's dinosaurs out
was
there.
Lowest on Wednesdays, and that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
Oh God!
And this
Oh
was
shit!
Before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, that I think all that occurred long after that I came out. As part of the
Jeez, I can't
security
drive this
clearance
thing.
process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been. Make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However,
they're out doing their thing.
That, you don't even talk.
Where's the capture
to
team?
Your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac,
You can think
but
everyone's
you have to
inside.
have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it, and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well,
Does that automate the process
shit, are
of
they
delivering them?
booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just
Don't do
kinda
it.
got together and I said,
Save
hey,
him!
remember
Save
that
him!
job I told you about?
And he's too late.
This is what's
Oh
going
God!
on. And you don't need to
Well,
take my word for it.
pay the
Wednesday
family.
night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody, and we went out to remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos
crazy.
of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got a bright light jumping around. But yeah,
Damn it, there shouldn't be
video of it.
You film this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the third time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't.
Are we safe?
I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
We good?
No.
In terms of like a human piloted craft. I mean, I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off and then came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff, to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there; it just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, "What does this look like?" I said, "Take a laser pointer, and then have a wall, and then move it around the wall. Like, how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere."
Yeah,
that's what it looked like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being encased its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it, and this is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor. I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this, and on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do, and I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless.
There you go.
I think we took a motorhome out there, and I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could
Took a
possibly
grill,
imagine.
started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah, and what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle, and just for some reason we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that I don't remember what we were saying, but that
a bunch of dead dinosaurs.
Something about attacking the base or something along those lines, and stealing the craft or something like that.
Something crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us. And the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was
whoa.
Yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right?
This research is vitally important.
Sarcastic and trying to, and then they got real serious.
Megalodon.
But
did I
this
even
is
do
where
it?
they, took the transcript out
Damn
and
it.
were reading me what my
I'm
wife
gonna go pee.
and her friend were talking about, and I don't know, it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
Because you're realizing that you're being monitored.
Yeah, now
24/7.
now I know not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, to make a long story short. Yeah.
What happens, to really make a long story short, what happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up?
There were a lot of things that happened at, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that.
Hyperloop.
Top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I'd.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
You are essentially you're kicked out. Right, you're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and he said, "Well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it." And I don't remember what the impetus was, but. At some point, George wanted to air it, and he said, you make the call on it, And look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it.
We can get to that.
And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, hey, this is important stuff. People have to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, you know, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, you know, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, you know, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. He said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
A lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs, had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and you know they pulled that. It became. It's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody.
Finally, they're making some babies.
And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, you know, said that it's public. There's, you know, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
Do you wish you didn't?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s.
This is a bold strategy
here. Thrust
here.
into this world unknowingly and confronted with
who knows how safe this will be.
If not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's
Right.
two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of
even if they
military
weren't,
folks.
it's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us.
But I mean, I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean, they can't be competent. It seems to me, to what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
You literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can force your will upon anybody. And
how did we get here?
There's so much more to the story. When I was first
Don't
there,
worry, guys. They're harmless.
There were Russian scientists at S4.
I think.
This was early on in the project. At some point, there was
You'll
intense
be
cooperation
fine.
With Russia.
I mean, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff, things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No. Like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. In typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them. That's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people.
Is this safe? Is this how this is supposed to work?
There's obviously been some.
This is not how it's supposed to work, is it?
Your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an
This is a construction site, isn't it?
Your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos is someone got a directory of the employees from the past and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there, even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you, that you never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? I mean, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But yeah, that was frightening. That was one of the first things
What happened?
started. I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear.
It disappeared.
Yeah,
like there was no record of you being.
Yeah, there was no record of that. But the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth, for
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also,
you fell over.
Originally, I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. So we flew out there, and I said,
One minute.
Come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me and,
and
filmed
you knew
inside
how to
there.
navigate the place. So you'd
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
been
And,
there before.
met people, and, and
Los
so there was no
Alamos was
problem.
also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was in Los Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like,
Dude, seriously, if this was in VR.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and,
Is he going to get pissed off if I do something?
Anything,
I'm going to run right into it.
resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate.
Notice
with
me.
Pins in it, so you could jam your hand in there.
Who are
and there was
you?
a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on, and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones
Keep out.
in your
If
fingers
you're
are
in
extremely unique
the
and
net,
easy
if you're
to
this
measure.
close
And they
to be able to
used
read that,
when you put your
you've made a
hands on there,
mistake.
the light would turn on and your badge would pop out.
There's it right there.
Oh, there it is. That's it. And I
Aw.
tried to describe this to people, and they said,
Little
that
fellas.
is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4.
There was
Whose parents?
There is your education record. That was also like, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places. Though.
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that
Look
you
at
went to
him go.
school with? That,
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly
Of
is
course.
because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in trouble.
They don't want to
Of
be.
course.
Yeah, really.
found 'em.
If you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable. It can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
What really annoys me are the people that saying,
That'll be
you
fixed.
guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, attention. And
That's
look,
a good point. So
look,
please explain that. You've
First
never
of all,
made any
I
money
don't
off
get
of this.
any money out of this at all, and I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan.
I will say
I
that's
mean, it brought
around
in
the
like
Gulf
a couple
is where
$1,000. I made
Megalodon
sure
lived.
that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high
Sweet.
schools there.
It's like dirty money. He doesn't want to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So, no, if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard, that you haven't profited off of this, and like you said, that you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. That what you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did, Joe.
I believe you.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Okay, so this is quite interesting. I got something that popped up on my timeline here. I got a text message from Carmelo Anthony's father, directed at Sarah Fields, that's Drew Anthony, going after investigative journalist Sarah Fields from Texas. And holy frickin' moly, what an absolute doozy this is. I read this little back and forth and instantly my brain thought of a couple things. The first thing is, well, honestly, I don't think the apple falls too far from the tree. I think Carmelo Anthony's
I can do
behavior
that.
and lack of self-control, well, clearly it comes from somewhere, and I think we've found the source. And secondly, what an absolute and utter moron. But beyond that, listening to Carmelo Anthony's parents, and especially the father, and we noted this reacting to Carmelo Anthony's parents' first media appearance since the verdict was finalized.
Hell yeah.
Very clearly what we see from Carmelo Anthony's family is honestly, I think, emblematic of the whole damn issue. Instead of accepting the reality of their situation, instead of trying to have a normal conversation, it's nothing but copium, making excuses, throwing personal shots. Just
God
pushing
damn it.
nothing but
Quit
copium,
breaking these. You know how much these
appealing to
cost?
this big racial grift,
50,000.
racial tribalism. It all fits into the larger pattern that we have been exposing. These people would rather attack, they would rather deflect, they would rather keep the grift going than take even a second to face reality. It's true on a micro level and certainly on a macro level. Let me show you guys what I mean by that. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this. This was posted by Sarah Fields. This is a text message from Drew Anthony. She writes, "For a while, Drew Anthony attempted to silence me by repeatedly messaging me on Facebook. I spoke with him a few times. Here's a sample of one of the messages that he sent me when he claimed that I was just trying to, quote, make a name for myself."
Big fella.
By the way, a patently ridiculous accusation considering Sarah Fields already had made a name for herself online, and if anybody's boosted her name recognition, it's the people who continue to attack her unjustly. But anyways, look at this. She responds by saying, I already had a name. I already had a following before any of this. Your son murdered someone. Hold him accountable. You're coming after me because I made
Oh my
sure
god, he's just running over all these
case,
people.
and not some crazy made-up malarkey about Hunter or Jeff or the school. You've done nothing but blame everyone else for your own child. Go be a dad. He then responds, there you go, being delusional again. You didn't have anything. Yeah, not exactly sure that's how the court saw it. My son defended his self. Oh Lord. Maybe if you was a parent and your child would have defended their self, she might not have been molested. Holy crap. I never said anything to anyone about the lies you spread. Sarah Fields, by the way, I would like to reiterate, has never lied about this case and has simply led with the facts since day one, mostly just updating people on the court process and the evidence being presented. You're the one with the have-truths, not us. He then continues by saying, you scared of Tiffany because she must have had the truth. Lol, yo lucky I don't know her. He's referring, by the way, to an individual by the name of Tiffany.
Man, I'm so glad we're in here.
Another character who's just an
Aren't you?
unhinged Dallas activist who has done nothing but lie about the Carmelo Anthony case for months, well, frankly, over a year at this point. Kind of interesting that he claims that Sarah Fields is the liar and then immediately jumps to suggest that Tiffany Billions is apparently a pillar of truth in this whole ordeal. But you know, I don't want to get stuck in the muck and mire there. I'm not going to relitigate the facts of this case or address the claims that are being made by this Drew Anthony character who obviously, well, let's just put it nicely, isn't necessarily the sharpest tool in the shed. No, I want to look more at the overarching theme here because I think something is clearly on display. The entire interaction with the Carmelo Anthony crowd, well, how could I say this? It's brain dead. We cannot have a conversation. It's nothing but bullshit excuses and absolute peak racial tribalism. And then, of course, sinking to disgusting personal.
All right, you two scientists, get in there and make these two fuck.
Fields' daughter, who I guess, suffered some sort of abuse. He spells it molested, by the way, like a complete moron. But, I don't know the full context there, and I don't really want to shed light on such a personal issue. But very obviously, I mean, you see what we're dealing with here. To be honest, this guy shouldn't be speaking at all because he has never helped the situation. But instead of engaging properly, instead of sticking to the ideas, and most importantly, what is right, just stoop to the lowest level. Engage in these disgusting, low-level, petty insults. Just act like a
thank God.
lowlife. It brings me back to the moment where Jeff Metcalf showed up at the press conference that they held after Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf. He went there with respect, attempting to pray with the family, to create some sort of a connection, to have a conversation. He even said publicly that he forgave Carmelo Anthony. He was being extremely gracious, but from the other side, what do we see? They demonized him. They kicked him out of the venue.
The father being at this press conference is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
And so again, what we are seeing highlighted here for me is the cultural issue at large. That is what I saw during that Jeff Metcalf moment, and it's what I see in
That's why I gotta get Quetzalcoatlus.
These people will do anything to excuse horrible behavior, to keep the grift going, anything but actually accepting facts. Instead of addressing the violence coming from their own, they would rather defend their own and attack anybody who calls it out, or I guess in the case earlier, attack the victim, attack the investigative journalist who is simply doing her job, make up a bunch of lies, play the victim, go on these offensive freaking tirades, anything, instead of taking a single second to reflect. And obviously, I'm gonna highlight the elephant in the room. It's very clear the people who support Carmelo Anthony, well, there's a little bit of an intellect problem right there now, isn't there? Again, something very clearly visible in Drew Anthony's text message. Quote, he defended himself and yo daughter was molested. We're dealing with people who very obviously, I mean, you can tell here, clearly cannot assess the situation properly. And so instead, all we get
Would you like your share of $633 million? Well, it's available now, so long as you pass California's gay certification test. That's right. It's much harder to get access to grants by proving you are gay than it is to actually vote in the state. Now, for those that are not familiar, in California, A ballot can be received up to 7 days after the election, hand-dated
I'll
at
make
the
that
post
back.
office, and your signature, this is not a joke, can be a literal picture of a cartoon character. That's voter integrity. Now, if you want our gay grant money, you gotta prove you're gay, which is a bit hard to do. And I kid you not, we've got this from City Journal. California's gay certification program. Indeed, there are ways by which we can figure out if you're gay. Now, the first question I have here is, how gay do you got to be to pass the test? Because I'd be willing to bet there's at least a handful of guys who will be a little gay for $633 million. Okay, that's the total of their contract awards. So how gay would you be for $3 million? I bet there's a lot of guys who are going to be like, all right. Well, there's a really funny video someone made with AI that I think is worth watching where they basically break down how they prove you're gay. But, oh man, welcome to the modern era, my friends. If we do not stand up and, let me just put it this way. If you don't vote, if you don't pay attention to politics, then the end result is going to be that, I'm sorry to say, they're going to have to make you prove you're gay. They're going to have to make you prove it if you want to, this. You know what's really funny is that this was a meme like 10 years ago. They were like, in the future with all of these LGBT programs,
the carnivores actually come in here?
require you to do something to prove you're gay to get access to like public works or accommodation. Here we go. It's from City Journal, Christopher Rufo reporting. Americans are used to handouts for favored groups, affirmative action in university admissions, corporate diversity initiatives and minority-owned contracting requirements, direct opportunities, resources, and contracts to supposedly oppressed groups, such as women, Native Americans, blacks, and Hispanics. In California, state Democrats have embraced another kind of favoritism, contracts for state-certified gay-owned businesses. You know what I love? Timcast is a minority-owned business. That's right. Timcast is, we did this big thing back in like 2021 or whatever, where I made a big Instagram post where it's like, Timcast is a minority-owned business because I am, which means liberals should be giving me money. The scheme operates through the California Public Utilities Commission, which regulates privately owned utility companies. California Utilities spent more than $43 billion in 2024 on contractors, fuel suppliers, surveyors, engineers, and others whose work helps deliver water, gas, electricity, and internet services to California's 39 million residents. In 1986, Governor George Dukamajian
Everybody want to go hang out with the big carnivores?
required certain CPUC-regulated utilities to submit annual plans for buying goods and services from woman and minority-owned companies. They're like, guys, can I just say this? What everybody already knows. When they say that, they're literally saying we actively discriminate against white men. That's it. It's not reverse discrimination. It's literally just racism. Literally, companies being like, are you a particular race or gender? Then we won't give anything to you. That's just literal racism. 2 years later, CPUC created its Supplier Diversity Program, which would enforce the law and set contracting goals for large utilities. Under a series of Democratic governors, the program has expanded to include gay-owned businesses. In September of 2014, then Governor Jerry Brown signed legislation requiring CPUC to recognize LGBT-owned businesses as eligible for supplier diversity benefits. 5 years later, Governor Gavin Newsom expanded the program further, encouraging other companies involved in the energy sector to award contracts to gay-owned firms. Literally, you're like, I would like to get a contract that's $25 million. And then the guy goes, do you suck dick? And you're like, well, I hardly see how that's relevant. It is absolutely relevant under the law in California. In the years that followed, CPUC faced activist pressure as it implemented the gay expansion. Build Out California, a since rebranded LGBT building industry organization, sent a letter to the commission arguing
They gonna come in here?
homophobia existed within the ranks of the utility companies. The state's legislative LGBTQ caucus suggested in a 2021 letter that even considering lower gay procurement targets was an insult to the LGBTQ community. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a quote. That's a quote. That's offensive. It's not LGBTQ. It's LGBTQIA22S+. F. Maybe there's a Z in there somewhere. By 2022, CPUC had fully implemented the expansion. In practice, this meant establishing a goal for utility companies with annual revenues exceeding $25 million to buy things from state-certified LGBT. Can you imagine this? Can you? So, okay. You are a private utility company, and you're like a working-class guy, and you're like a manager, and your boss is like, we need to pick up these conduits from a company, but the government's requiring the owner be gay. So you're like, okay, I guess. So you look up a listing for companies, and you see like, you know, materials or whatever, and you're like, so you contact one, and you're like, we're looking for conduit for this big project we're doing, and they go, yeah, absolutely, we can supply this to you. It's going to cost you, you know, X cent per foot or whatever they sell them. And you go, okay, I need to ask you though, do you suck dick? And the guy's going to go, excuse me? And the guy goes, you know, I'm sorry. And then the other guy's going to be like, no, I really appreciate you asking because I do. And then you're like, oh, thank God, because otherwise we wouldn't get awarded. We wouldn't be allowed to buy this. This is absolutely the stupidest thing I have ever heard. The left, they are cognitively impaired. If this is the way things are going, in what reality does this make any kind of sense? Okay. If large CPUC regulated utilities met these goals in 2024, they would have sent roughly $633 million to LGBT-owned firms. The scheme is actually this. These firms are going to support a certain set of politics. They know it. They want to get paid for it.
Look at that.
Well, someone made a video.
Immediately trying to get it.
Whoa,
Whoa!
What it's going to be like to get your approved business.
It's so
Hey!
nice having our token gay on the trip. Wait, can you please teach me how to give the best BJ?
I hear someone wants to pass the gay certification test.
Girl,
The fucker's doing right to the fence. You son of a bitch.
Wait, this is
You
literally the
ass.
first day on Grindr? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
But honey, you never even wanted to watch Queer Eye with me.
I always knew you were a homo.
So what industry are you in again? Natural gas pipelines? Oh my God, that's so hot.
Hey, I didn't write the rules. You want the certification? You get down on your knees and work for it.
I'm sorry. My gaydar's just not going off.
Officers, take him to prison. If he doesn't turn gay in there, nothing will do it.
Bro, AI is getting crazy. That's amazing. The scheme raises an obvious
Piece of
question. How
shit.
does a business qualify as officially gay? Paperwork. Supplier Clearinghouse, a group that certifies firms. You got to submit a form. What is it? Applicants can secure certification by providing a letter from an LGBT organization attesting to their sexual preferences. Holy crap! You have to get a guy to sign off on you being gay. This is amazing. Look at this. Or 3 letters from personal contacts written on company letterhead attesting to their homosexual orientation. Corporate officials who falsely represent their business as gay face up to a year in county jail. But how gay are we talking? You know, like, if you're a guy who owns a natural gas pipeline company, and, you know, in college 20 years ago, you said, you know, let me give it a shot. And then you were like, well, you know, like, you know, what makes somebody gay? You know, what if you have gay thoughts? Do you get to be gay? And how do they prove you're not gay? That's the funny thing. How do they prove you are not gay? So let's say you claim you are, and then they're like, but you are also married to a woman. And you go, well, I'm bi. And they'll be like, okay, prove it. Be like, well, I'm not going to cheat on my wife. Like, you see what I'm saying? It is a political scheme to funnel money to politically aligned groups because there's no way to prove or disprove this. The LGB, the B is in there, bisexual. So you're a dude, you got a bunch of ladies, and you'll be like, hey, whoa. I'm not going to cheat on my wife. I guess if you're single, you're in trouble because they'll be like, well, you're not dating anybody. And then, but you can always just lie and be like, well, there's somebody that I'm kind of like trying to, you know. And they'll be like, name some guy you've banged. And you're going to be like, well, that would violate his privacy. I can't do that. And then also, like, again, the question of how gay is gay and what
Yeah, I might need more area.
Gay. Like, this is the problem with this, because you can just be like, I have thoughts. That's it. And then they're going to be like, prove it. Like, I'm thinking about guys right now. That's it. You know what I mean? And they're going to be like, okay, I guess you can have $25 million. Here we go. Gay certification letters. You know what this is? I bet if you're a conservative and you go, they're going to be like, no, we're not giving you one. I bet that's what it really is. Marianne Horton has experienced this journey. Horton, an early internet pioneer credited with helping develop the email attachment, is a white male who transitioned and is now married to a woman. Huh? Wait, what? He's a guy, but he's a lady. And okay, Horton's company, Red Ace, is registered in California as a woman and LGBT-owned business. The application process, Horton told City Journal, required a massive documentation to prove that Red Ace was lesbian-owned. Horton sent Supplier Clearinghouse a domestic partner affidavit to establish the business was woman-owned. Horton submitted a
Oh, y'all are going to need to get out of there.
issued in Washington State post-transition. To prove trans status, Horton filed a therapist carry letter, a document from a medical professional certifying trans identity. You know what I would do?
Shit, the second I get rid of that fence, they're gonna book it.
Find somebody who's gay and then say, like, we're going to give you 0.01% ownership shares as an advisory role. Now we got gay ownership. That qualifies, right? If I was a straight white male, I might be concerned I don't have the same opportunity, Horton said. It worked out great for me. In California, preferential public contracting is technically illegal. Indeed. They say in 1996, voters approved Prop 209, which banned the state from granting preferential treatment based on race, sex, or ethnicity in public employment, education, and contracting. More than 2 decades
those people
later,
are in trouble.
They rejected an effort to repeal the ban. I've talked quite a bit about this. Liberals wanted to repeal civil rights protection so they can discriminate on the basis of race. CPUC's arm-twisting regulations violate the spirit of the law. The commission lists several specific goals for utilities, contracting rates, 15% to minority-owned firms, 5%. Oh, my God. Despite the commission's efforts, however, utilities and businesses don't seem interested in LGBT certification. Large utilities procurement with LGBT-owned businesses decreased by 5% in 2024. CPUC did not respond. They say Californians don't need an energy system delivered by gay contractors. They need an energy system that works. Utility regulators should be in the business of regulating utilities, not verifying contractors' sexual preferences. Companies should award contracts based on competence, quality, and cost, not the sexuality of business owners. But Chris, we all know this.
I'm just the one guy in here. I want to see the carnivores.
The left is going to be like, don't know, don't care. We're funneling money to our political allies. This country is sick. You know, I tweeted this because I just got pissed off. We're a country where the president wants to allocate money to restoring a national monument, and half the country attacks him, insults him, and tries to block it. They're making, oh, there's algae in the reflecting pool. I'm like, yeah, it happens. They're going to treat it. It's been a week. Shut up. If Trump announced he wanted to revitalize the White House and, like, build a ballroom, I'm for it. He's literally doing that, but he's also building a deep underground military base. I'm sick of this. Give me a legitimate reason why you're mad. They're like, well, he's spending tens of millions. Shut up. You gave $13 million to Pakistan for gender studies. If Trump wants to spend that money fixing the reflecting pool, I'll give it to him 10 times over. These people are insane. We do not live in a country with serious people. They want to make dudes or ladies. How does the ladies prove they're gay? I think it's easier for women because they don't mind being gay anyway. Whatever, man. I'm over it. I'm over it. You get it. They're nuts. I'm going to wrap it up there. Smash the like button. Share the show. I hope you had a good time. We're having fun here. We'll see y'all on the
A threat. What do you mean obstructed? Okay, no, there we go. Never mind. Sister. Wait, that was a goat. Anybody want to pet the goat before it gets eaten? Shut up. I'm assuming direct control. Out of the way. No shit! The guy in the back is like, I can't believe I just survived that. Anyway, he's looking through binoculars at a wall that's 15 feet away. I noticed a startling lack of kids. We're living in the Children of Men universe. Jesus. You guys don't want to feed the dangerous dinosaurs? Well, damn. Okay, they're fighting each other. Oh wait, that's right. I got a shark in here. Oh no, not yet. No one wants to see that. The right treatment. Damn it. Just ganging up on the. Foot and mouth. I'll put my foot in their ass. Holy shit. I don't have enough room for all these guys. You mean you ate a phone? Ain't no one in there. Oh shit. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Yeah, I do need the security cameras. Oh, go off the hill! I mean, it's a fish. What are you doing, dude? Get this guy. You run from? Ain't no one there. It is a shark. A sprain? They don't. Can they get sprained? Oh, they're all cartilage. That's a big ass shark. Let's just hope the shark doesn't escape. And my headset's dying. Is he gonna go for it? Help! Oh, I should have taken a picture of that. I think that'll be it for today before my headphones die.